Chapter 204. Lionel had no idea how greatly the outside world was benefiting, but there was no need for him to be jealous. As the ones closest to the Force Crystal core, there was no denying that he, Roaring Black Lion, Thunderous Clap, and Flowing Wind were most definitely receiving the greatest benefits. In truth, all four of them, including Lionel, had been caught off guard. But, as though it was instinctual, they all knew exactly what they should do. The maturation of a Force Crystal Mind core came with a moment of enlightenment. The completion of the natural force art required a communication with the most fundamental laws of the universe. When this gate of communication is opened, not only will the mind itself greatly benefit, but all creatures within its range of influence would as well. Compared to others who had sunk into an absent-minded enlightenment, Lionel was still able to keep a hold on to his consciousness thanks to his strong spirit. In fact, he was currently struggling, trying to decide what it was he wanted to comprehend. Should he use this moment to understand his snowy star owl lineage factor a bit better? Or should he use the chance to calculate the feasibility of forming a 10th node? Or maybe he should use this chance to absorb more herb ores. In this state, cultivation should be much faster as well. Lionel's mind spun. He even entered his dream world, splitting into 9 clones and thinking in 9 different paths. After his spirit gained such a big boost, he was capable of this now. In fact, he had thought he would be capable of far more than this, but it seemed that this was his limit. Suddenly, Lionel jolted. His eyes snapped open, and he looked toward the Force Crystal core like a hungry wolf. The core was shining with beautiful rainbow lights that were tinged with a bit of blackness. This blackness made its 4th-dimensional grade very obvious. However, what Lionel was focusing on wasn't the lights, but rather the complex runes that swarmed its body, exuding a majestic aura. Lionel had already felt that natural force arts were magical things. Not very much could catch his interest, but this was definitely one of those things. It had taken him 2 days to dream, sculpt a mere 3rd-dimensional natural force art. And, though he didn't know what benefits it would bring him in the future, he had a feeling that when he completely grasped it, the possibilities would be unimaginable. But this natural force art was on a completely different level. Not only was it 4th-dimensional, but it was currently still connected to those enigmatic laws of the universe. If it was during any normal time, Lionel wouldn't dare to try to dream sculpt it. Who knew how many years, decades, or maybe even centuries it would take him? But right now, Lionel's heart steeled as he resolved himself. He knew this was a gamble. If he focused on his snowy star owl lineage factor, he could probably awaken both the speed and healing branch. The benefits of such a thing would not be small by any stretch of the imagination. But he felt something calling to him. Days later, Simeon opened his eyes. Though there was a trace of happiness there, it also carried with it a bit of regret. How could he have expected that the core would mature so soon? Had he known, he wouldn't have spent hours leaving the hive to prepare for Lionel. What worth did Lionel have to him in the face of such benefits? He could only grind his teeth in anger. Lionel was definitely the closest. This would make things far more complicated now. He was already so powerful to begin with. Simeon had always been decisive. Without hesitation, he chose to leave, not even turning back to explain himself to his subordinates. Though one was greatly dissatisfied, so what? One could only wield so much power to begin with thanks to him. If he forgot his place, he could always be replaced. Lionel could have never imagined that Simeon would make such a choice. In fact, he even had a shuttle prepared, one not very different to the one used by the wormmen who had attacked Lionel and Aina. By the time Lionel left the hive, he was stunned to find that Simeon was nowhere to be seen. After deducing the likely reason why, Lionel couldn't help but grow even more serious. Simeon had no idea that Lionel's combat prowess hadn't risen at all due to his choice back then. But the fact the former still chose to leave without hesitation caused Lionel to have no choice but to respect him no matter how much he hated him. Lionel took a deep breath. The bright side is that this makes things much easier. There's nothing that can really stop me from leaving this place. Thanks to the segmented cube reaching phase 2, he finally had enough space to hold everybody, so all the youths were with him. Now that Simeon wasn't here any longer, things would be even easier. Unfortunately, Simeon left behind the Beast Kings, causing Lionel no small shock. This man really didn't care about the power of the Beast Kings. Even though there were only 3 left, they were still all S-grade elites. Their strength could be considered among the topmost on Earth. What Lionel didn't know was that these beasts were only the overlord of this B sector project Hun Island. However, even without knowing this, Lionel added yet another point to Simeon. If things kept going like this, he might as well call that bastard master the next time they met. Just when Lionel was about to resolve himself to charge through these beasts, his eyes suddenly narrowed in a certain direction. Huh? He noticed me from this far away? The young woman was stunned. It had to be said that they were at least 20 kilometers away. The only reason she could see so far wasn't due to her ability, but rather because of a force technique she practiced. But she didn't sense Lionel circulating any force, so how had he done it? Bring us over there, Badger. Over there? You can't mean you wanted to fly, right? That's dangerous. Idiot. All the flying beasts descended from the skies after the core matured. It's safe to go up there now. In fact, if we don't do it quickly and their enlightenment ends, it'll be even more difficult to leave this place. All right. Badger took a dignified step forward, wings bursting from his back. They radiated a majestic silver light. But what was the most striking about them was their size. Each dwarfed their owner, spanning over 5 meters in each direction. To his back, one could faintly catch the divinity of a rock. Chapter 205. Lionel observed the young man and woman who landed before him with a slightly curious gaze. From the way they called each other, he knew that the young man went by the name Badger. He had a simple look to him, as though he never spared any thoughts towards scheming. His skin was a delicate brown color, and his clothing was neat and tidy to the point of being overly meticulous. How he managed to look so fresh even when flying through the air at such blinding speeds was beyond Lionel's comprehension. Compared to his unkempt beard and nest of straws he called hair, this young man was several levels better. Though, actually, now that he thought about it, his hair had become exceptionally smooth and clean after awakening his metal synergy lineage factor. Not that he checked very closely, though. The woman went by the name Mayfly. She had a tall, heroic build. Even compared to Lionel, she was almost tall enough to be at eye level with him, just barely falling short. She seemed like a born leader with a sharp mind. Her hair was red, which initially made Lionel on guard against her, as he assumed she might also be from the Brazinger family. But, after some more observation, he deduced that it was unlikely. The two seemed like quite the pair, especially by the way they had made their way over. Badger actually allowed Mayfly to step on his shoulders as he flew. Lionel really didn't know how to react to such a sight. But, since Badger didn't mind, it wasn't really his place to say anything. You two were sent by Old Hutch. Badger and Mayfly looked quite stunned when they heard these words. Not many dared to call the old man by his nickname, least of all those under his command. The two of them were among the few who felt no fear before the geezer. They were surprised to find that Lionel was just as unreserved. Yes, we were sent for an attempted rescue, but it seems it wasn't necessary, Mayfly said with a slightly confused tinge in her voice. Where are the others? It can't be that. She was a bit worried to ask this question, but she had no choice. Lionel had come out alone, so she braced herself for the worst. They're all with me. They're in an abode treasure of mine. Once again, the two youths were shocked, but after a moment they understood. It must be that there were too few of them remaining, so they could all fit in such a treasure. They couldn't fathom the idea of nearly 100 people fitting into just one space. One had to know that spatial treasures were already inconceivably valuable. The higher the dimensional grade, the more valuable they were. This was because spatial treasures of a lower dimensional grade entering a higher dimensional world would destabilize and collapse. If Lionel tried to take his black grade spatial bracelet to a fifth dimensional world, the already small space would break apart and eject everything within it. In severe cases, it might even destroy everything inside before it could eject it. So, One really shouldn't blame the two for assuming the worst. However, the two were soon baffled. After a few hours, the trio managed to battle their way out of the encirclement of beasts. In fact, the only Beast King that survived was the Skeleton Monkey King. Not only were they astonished by Lionel's battle prowess, but when they returned to the ships docked offshore, they were even more stunned as they watched Lionel bring out over 80 youths from his abode treasure. Such a treasure really existed. They could hardly believe it. At that moment, the commanders of both the southern and eastern lookouts listened to the stories of the youths. When they learned just how much they owed their survival to Lionel, they couldn't help but look toward the young man with fond gazes. Indomitable, this time you were too reckless. You can't just expose your face like this. Violet Rain reprimanded Lionel harshly, but somehow she sounded more like a big sister admonishing her little brother. Plus, she couldn't wipe the smile off her face, so her attempts at looking stern fell flat. She couldn't hide her happiness at all. She had been so worried about these kids. It couldn't be said that things were perfect. Of the 87 youths sent, only 81 returned. Lionel wasn't a superhuman. Though he protected the youths to the best of his abilities when they charged toward the hive, there were some inevitable losses. But even this was already far beyond what the commanders expected. Even just half surviving would have been a miracle to them. All right, that's enough, Violet Rain. A hearty laughter came from the side of the Eastern Lookout commanders. It seemed that unlike how the youths had rivalries, the commanders of the various lookouts weren't like this at all. The laughter came from a jovial-looking man with a massive gut. Somehow, despite his apparently unhealthy weight, he looked quite fit, though his bald head was especially eye-catching. He went by the alias Big Buddha. On behalf of the Eastern Lookout, I really thank you, Indomitable. If it wasn't for you, I really worry how this would have ended. Lionel smiled, feeling the goodwill of this man. The atmosphere was jovial, as everyone felt as though a big weight had been taken off of their shoulders. Maybe the only person who had a dissatisfied expression was Pisces. Even King of Seas carried the happiness of a man who had just survived a near-death experience. After Lionel snubbed Pisces, he wasn't nearly as standoffish with him. In fact, he quite appreciated Lionel. Humans were truly odd creatures. Everyone seemed to understand why Pisces was brooding, so no one bothered her so as not to affect the happy atmosphere. Eventually, it was time to go their separate ways. Big Buddha's laughter sounded out again as he bid his farewells. "I'll see you soon, big sis Violet Rain. The opening of the zone isn't too far away. He'll be leading these brats when the time comes." Violet Rain smiled and waved them off. The two ships that had been attached by a bridge slowly separated, wading through the piles of corpses on the ocean's surface to sail toward their destinations. Pisces sent hateful glares toward Lionel, but the latter didn't seem to notice. Not only had she not received the S-grade Beast Crystal, but she also knew that she hadn't qualified to enter the SS grade zone. According to the tallies, it was Lionel, Flowing Wind and Thunderous Clap, who ranked first, second, and third respectively. She didn't know what to do with her belly full of hatred. She wasn't strong enough to oppose Lionel, and with how much he had contributed to the Slayer Legion, he would probably be promoted to at least a vice commander. She stood on the ship's helm, shaking her head. Maybe she should just forget it. At that moment, she heard Big Buddha's jovial laughter again. Initially, it annoyed her. Why was everyone acting so happy when she was so unhappy? Suddenly, she froze. After a moment of thought, a smile curled her lips. "Commander Buddha, can I talk to you for a moment? I have some questions about a force technique I'd like to ask you." "Oh." Big Buddha, who had been conversing with the other commanders, smiled gently. He didn't mind guiding the younger generation at all. Sure. We have a lot of time before we reach the lookout." Pisces' actions didn't raise any sort of suspicion. Such a thing was quite normal. However, when she began to speak, Big Buddha's expression continuously changed before it became exceptionally solemn. "Are you certain? You're saying that it can deduce the abilities of people and creatures, not to mention their weaknesses, with a single scan?" "Yes, Commander. It isn't only me who saw this. There are many witnesses. You can ask anyone." Big Buddha fell into silence. He felt exceptionally conflicted. On one hand, he didn't like what Pisces was implying by telling him this information. But, on the other, such a treasure was unheard of. So unheard of, in fact, that even though he hadn't shown any greed toward Lionel's rare abode treasure, the moment Pisces spoke of this, it was too valuable to the Slayer Legion. The value of such a treasure was unimaginable. But this wasn't the only important point. It was said that the first 4 to clear a zone received special rewards. This was because the world spirit was taken by another person many decades earlier. The Slayer Legion already knew of who was second, third, and fourth. However, not a single person in the world was aware of who was first. Chapter 206. A week came and went in the blink of an eye. The SS grade zone found by the Slayer Legion was under strict protection. While the clearing of zones was important to the evolution of Earth, they also provided boundless prospects. The rewards for clearing such a zone was beyond the imaginations of most. In truth, one shouldn't take Lionel as the standard. To most, C-grade treasures were a luxury. They were already enough for many to fight over. The only reason the base weapon given by the Slayer Legion during the gathering was of the C grade was because the promising youths were also considered elites among elites. Above that, B-grade treasures were practically national blessings, while grade treasures and above were enough to start feuds over. From this, it could be said that Big Buddha had truly shown a lot of restraint when Lionel's abode treasure was exposed. Knowing all of this, one could imagine the kind of uproar an SS grade treasure could cause. The fact that this was a subdimensional zone with a 12 entry limit meant that at a minimum, 12 treasures were available for the taking. Even to the Slayer Legion, this was a great level of wealth. The location was yet another island. The zone itself stood quite beautiful, radiating dark blue lights as it swirled silently amidst a large clearing. It could easily be told that this clearing hadn't been here in the past. In all likelihood, when the zone appeared, it had ripped out several trees in the surroundings. But now, it had a calmness that said it wouldn't harm even a fly, though no one would be naive enough to believe such a thing. The Slayer Legion had long since erected a network of force disruption towers in the vicinity. Like this, the appearance of this zone didn't cause another beast horde and allowed the island to remain peaceful. At that moment, the entry candidates for the Slayer Legion were undergoing final checkups. Lionel could only sigh as his treasures were taken inventory of one after another. It really felt like he had never left the Empire. He wouldn't be surprised if the Slayer Legion tried to buy his rewards after he exited as well. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It was they who found the zone, so I guess it's fine if they take some benefits. All I want is the teleportation ticket to Terrain. If they dare to take this away, I wouldn't mind falling out with the Slayer Legion. Though Lionel would feel a bit bad for old Hutch. He hadn't known the old man for long, nor had the old man ever really done anything for him. In fact, it was the old man who owed him for kidnapping him all those weeks ago. It wasn't his fault if the Slayer Legion thought of him as one of their own. He had said multiple times that he had no intentions of joining. If they really tried to think that they could just order him around as they pleased, they would be in for a rude awakening. All right, I'm sure you all know about the rules. The Slayer Legion has a list of treasure types it's especially in need of. As long as you can claim one of these treasures for the Legion, you will be awarded the aforementioned merit points. Violet Rain and Big Buddha will be the leaders of this mission. Their commands are undeniable. Should they disagree, the decision will be left to a majority vote. Should anything happen to the both of them, commanding rights will fall to Badger, Mayfly, Mountain, and Sea Eel. The same rules apply to them as well. Lionel sent a casual glance toward Mountain and Sea Eel. It seemed that their standing within the Slayer Legion didn't lose out to Badger and Mayfly at all. It was just that they were from the Eastern Lookout instead, and, as such, were under the jurisdiction of Supreme Monet rather than Supreme Hutch. If the four of them weren't so young, it was likely that they would have already been promoted to the Star General ranks. But, instead, they held a special title reserved for the most talented youths of the Slayer Legion. They were part of what was called the Reserve Generals. According to the old man, as long as they turned 21, they would immediately be promoted to one-star general, a rank a single step above the commander rank. Lionel shook his head. He wasn't interested in such a thing. The Slayer Legion had disappointed him too many times already. It seemed that they made even more mistakes than he did at every turn. So, even though he found out that their true talents were hidden away from public view, he hadn't really changed his opinion of them. As things stood now, he didn't have a fond impression of either the Empire or the Slayer Legion. He wasn't sure what to do with these emotions for now, and he was even more uncertain of his future on Earth as a result of these emotions, but he simply chose to ignore them for now. He only had two goals in mind: find Aina and destroy the Royal Blue Fort. He was a simple man who wanted simple things. If others knew he was describing such things as simple, who knew how they would react? Just as Lionel was lost in his thoughts, he sensed a change in the atmosphere. When he looked over, he found that the change was due to the appearance of a person he had never seen before. She was a middle-aged woman who carried a mature, valiant aura that outshone Mayfly by several levels. It was clear that she had tempered her disposition over many years, giving her an innate advantage over a young woman of not even 18 years old like Mayfly. She wore a silver chest plate with etchings of spiraling phoenix on it. Her long black hair swayed to her waist, waving in the wind and along with her every step. Despite her clearly being in her 40s, she still had an intoxicating beauty. Though, it was difficult to tell whether or not their attraction to her was due to her demeanor or her actual looks. Even Lionel, who usually showed no reaction to women other than Aina, couldn't help but be moved. This woman was truly something. While Lionel was distracted, he didn't notice Big Buddha's complicated gaze sweep over him. In the end, the large commander shook his head and sighed. Compared to his own discomfort, his loyalty toward the Slayer Legion was several levels more important. Lionel didn't know who this woman was, but how could he not? This was none other than Supreme Monet. Big Buddha had long since passed down all the information he gained from Pisces onto her, and left the final decision to his Supreme. As a commander, he normally wouldn't even be allowed to meet such a high-ranking officer, but this time he had had no choice but to do everything he could to see her, and he eventually succeeded. But, for some reason, she hadn't made any movements in the last week, so he thought that she had decided not to make a move against the young man. This had made Big Buddha sigh a breath of relief. At least now, he wouldn't have to fight with his own conscience. Unfortunately, it seemed that rather than not acting, his Supreme had actually been waiting for an opportune moment. Who is Lionel Morales? Supreme Monet's voice was just as valiant as her appearance, making one inadvertently want to follow her every command. Lionel frowned, wondering why this woman was looking for him. Even more oddly, why was she saying his name like this? In the end, he chose not to mind it. After all, he had already long since exposed himself. So, who cared if she used his name? That would be me. Lionel stepped forward. Supreme Monet looked Lionel up and down before nodding. The treasure you call a dictionary, are you willing to hand it over to the Slayer Legion or not? Lionel's eyes narrowed. Why did it seem like she wasn't asking a question at all? Chapter 207. Lionel observed Supreme Monet for a long while. He didn't seem to be in any sort of rush to answer, a response that was quite shocking to many. If others were in his situation, there would be one of two reactions. The first would be to immediately agree. After all, the authority of a Supreme wasn't something most were able to ignore. The second option would be to explode in anger. There is no shortage of people who thought Monet's actions were excessive. In fact, those who knew how the relationships of the top echelon worked felt even more pity for Lionel. Knowing that Lionel had Hutch's backing, it was only a matter of course that Monet would wait until this moment to ask this of Lionel. If she went to the Eastern Lookout to ask such a question, old Hutch probably would have sent her packing. For that madman, it wasn't even a matter of whether or not Monet's ask was appropriate or not. It was entirely about his own face. However, Lionel's response was exactly the last thing they could have expected. Aside from a slight frown in the beginning, he hardly reacted to the words at all. In fact, even Monet herself frowned slightly seeing Lionel's response. She had been prepared for either of the two obvious responses, but this wasn't something she had been ready for. To make matters worse, it seemed that this young man wasn't intimidated by her gaze or presence. He calmly scanned her up and down as though he was observing any other normal stranger he was meeting for the first time. Eventually, just when the silence was beginning to weigh too heavily on everyone's chest, Lionel finally spoke. "Sorry, the dictionary was left to me by my father. Giving it to another is impossible. I appreciate your asking first, though." There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Lionel's response. Monet asked a question, and he responded appropriately. So, why did they feel so embarrassed? Monet narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, Big Buddha, who had guilt eating at his heart this whole time, couldn't help but step forward to try to mediate. "Lionel, Supreme Monet is only thinking about the bigger picture. Your treasure is too valuable. If it fell into the hands of the Empire, it could lead to a catastrophe. But if it was in our hands, the chance would have to overturn their oppressive rule would skyrocket." At this point, Violet Rain, who had been shocked by the sudden change the situation, suddenly felt she understood something after hearing Big Buddha's words. Once she did, she couldn't help but turn a disappointed glance toward her longtime friend. Lionel swept a glance over Big Buddha. "Oh." Lionel nodded. However, just when Big Buddha and the others wanted to sigh a breath of relief, thinking that Lionel understood, his next words caused them to freeze. "But I honestly don't see much of a difference between you all and the Empire, though. I can't tell that there would be a difference in outcome, no matter who gets their hands on it." In the beginning, Big Buddha was shocked by what he was hearing. It wasn't just them. Everyone here was shocked. They all saw themselves as a righteous faction fighting for the people. When had someone ever said such words to them? First there was shock, then there was rage. Big Buddha's guilt seemed to completely vanish. At the same time, even Badger and Mayfly, who had had a good impression of Lionel, frowned deeply toward his words. Such a reaction didn't change, even when flowing wind and thunderous clap were taken into consideration. This could be expected. These youths were indoctrinated by the Slayer Legion since their birth. And those who hadn't had parents and relatives who suffered at the hands of the Empire. Lionel's words were like a slap to their faces. However, Lionel felt that he had observed the Slayer Legion for long enough to feel quite confident about his words. He really didn't feel that there was a difference at all. At this point, Lionel didn't really care what happened. The zone was right in front of him. He didn't believe that anyone here could stop him from entering it. It was too close, and his power was too great. This wasn't a case of the strong oppressing the weak. Earth's metamorphosis just began. Most people started at the same starting line. Even though Monet was more than double his age, it didn't make a difference. Even though Lionel still wasn't confident in defeating Old Hutch, he didn't believe that the old man could stop him if he was here either. As long as he was one of the first 12 to enter, nothing else mattered to him. "Young man," Big Buddha's voice no longer seemed as amiable, but Lionel had already long since stopped paying attention. The only reason he hadn't moved to enter the zone yet was because he wanted to know how this would end. Would Monet make a move against him before he entered? In that case, he would go all out now. But if she chose to wait, Lionel didn't mind keeping a shred of pretenses intact for a while longer. "Lionel Morales, is it?" Lionel was speechless. She had already asked his name. Why is it that she was pretending not to know what it was now, as though she already couldn't be bothered to remember? Towards such a woman, Lionel really had nothing to say. He couldn't even be bothered to have a back and forth with these people anymore. "From my understanding, you aren't a formal member of our Slayer Legion. I accept your decision, but there also doesn't seem to be an appropriate reason to allow you to enter our zone either." It seemed like Monet wanted to say more, probably an entire spiel on why she was morally correct. However, Lionel wasn't joking around when he decided he really couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. What's her ability? Lionel's voice left them stunned. It became clear in a moment that he really wasn't bothering to listen to their Supreme anymore. Ping. Generating nomenclature. Evolution stage. Tier 8 black. Evolution type. Dual elemental healing. Evolution. Fire sense, fire manipulation, fire aid, fire sense, greater affinity for fire elemental force. 200% boost in comprehension and power in using water-based force techniques. Fire manipulation, control over the fire element. Fire aid, ability to absorb the fire element to regain stamina and heal wounds. When Monet heard these words, her pupils constricted. But, at the same time, she felt a rage bubbling in her heart. For Lionel to cut her off to ask this question, wasn't his intent obvious? At that moment, everyone suddenly went on guard against Lionel. However, it wasn't to the point they worried for their lives. There were too many elites here. If Lionel really wanted to do something, he would only be courting death. It was very possible that he wouldn't even be allowed to leave this place alive. As a Supreme, Monet had more than enough rights to kill someone on the spot. However, what left them speechless was that Lionel didn't even stop. As though he didn't have a care in the world, he had the dictionary expose their abilities one after another. Toward such a thing, Lionel was quite helpless. The fact he had to speak aloud to get this information was the worst drawback of the dictionary. Unfortunately, there was no way Monet would allow him to continue on so casually. But none of them could have expected that even before anyone could make a move, the situation would change once more. Bang! 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 Haha, we really have to thank the Slayer Legion this time. Finding an SS-grade zone couldn't have been easy. Chapter 208. At that moment, there was movement in the skies above. In order to hide this place from prying eyes, the island had been covered in dense clouds. In fact, it wasn't just the island, but the surrounding tens of miles as well. With a single glance, even someone who wasn't quite informed could tell that these clouds couldn't have possibly formed naturally. It was obvious to Lionel that this was related to someone's ability. Thanks to this, the island had been shrouded in a perpetual darkness even though it was midday. Maybe it was in part due to this that the atmosphere from earlier felt so oppressive. That said, the clouds served no other purpose aside from concealment. They didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive ability, so when the uninvited guest descended from above in a silver ship, the clouds were completely unable to stop their descent. The clouds moved aside and quickly reformed, revealing a small boat of about 5 meters in length. Its deck carried 6 people. The man who had spoken earlier stood at the helm and looked to be about the same age as Monet. However, to his back, there were 5 youths no older than Lionel or Mayfly. Seeing these people appear, an ugly expression took hold of Monet's once calm visage. It was very obvious that she knew who these people were. You! Suddenly, Monet sent a rage-fueled gaze toward Lionel, leaving him speechless once again. He also didn't know who the hell these people were. Why was he being looked at like it was his fault they had appeared? However, after a while, Lionel sneered inwardly. To Monet, it didn't matter if he was responsible or not. All she had to do was pretend like he was. In such a way, she had even more reason to apprehend him. In fact, before, it could be said that her actions were still questionable. But now, even old Hutch wouldn't be able to say anything. What a conniving woman. However, Lionel still didn't have much of a reaction to this. His mind was running through several calculations. To him, the appearance of a third party was actually an excellent turn of events. There was, of course, a small chance that this could make things worse for him. This was in the case the 2 opposing parties decided to work together. But, judging by the situation, that seemed unlikely. There's no need to react this way, Monet. We can do this the easy way. Just give up 6 entry slots, and everything will be fine. If not, we can always do things the hard way. In truth, the man who stood at the helm of the silver boat hadn't expected a Supreme to be here today. He had come as a precautionary measure so that these youths didn't lose their lives. Plus, with him here, bullying those commander rank folks below would be as easy as breathing. If it wasn't for the fact she had suddenly shown up, he wouldn't even bother to speak at all. He would have directly swooped in. In fact, it was an act of giving face that he only brought a total of 6, including himself. This way, the backlash from the Slayer Legion wouldn't be too exaggerated. But if he had known a Supreme would be here, he would have definitely brought more people. Not so that they could enter, but so that they would have a stronger hand for negotiations. What the man could have never expected was that an esteemed supreme would come here for the sake of a boy of not even 20 years of age. Impossible. Monet took a hard stance. Scram back to where you came from. Your Aderna family isn't welcome here. Lionel cocked an eyebrow. Aderna family? Is that another hidden family? Seeing how they all had blue hair and eyes, Lionel felt that this was very likely the case. At the same time, he was speechless as well. What was with all these families having the same eye and hair colors? It can't be that they were inbreeding, right? Lionel shuddered. I see. It seems that this is the way you want to do thin. S-H-U-U. At that moment, something not a single person expected to happen occurred. Lionel, without saying a word to anyone, suddenly dashed forward. His speed was so fast that sounds of the wind splitting apart followed his figure. Let alone Monet, even the man from the Aderna family was stunned. No one had expected such a thing. This child's guts, weren't they too large? You dare! Hold it right there. Boy! The last roar was from Big Buddha himself. It could be said of those the most offended by Lionel's comments. He could rank at the very top. His loyalty to the Slayer Legion was far beyond anything Lionel could imagine. After all, as a person who had never truly had an undying passion in his life, how could Lionel understand this man? Because of this, even when the Aderna family appeared, Big Buddha's rage had still been focused on Lionel. It was just that the boy had completely ignored him. But, as a result, Big Buddha was the first to notice Lionel's actions and was also the first to react. The path forward wasn't exactly easy. The surrounding 100-meter space of the zone had been completely cleared out. Outside of this radius, there were many crew members of the Slayer Legion tasked with maintaining the force disruption towers. Compared to those people, Lionel could be considered to be in the middle. Many were behind him, but many were also in front of him. And, of those ahead of him, there were a few who had either passed the inspection before him or had special privileges and, as such, had no need to go through such procedures. However, despite seeing these obstacles before him, Lionel's heart was calm. His actions seemed foolish, but this kind of chaos was exactly what he needed. As expected, as soon as Lionel charged toward the zone gate, the leading man of the Aderna family suddenly narrowed his gaze. He had already decided. So long as Lionel reached a certain level of closeness, he too would rush in. Everyone knew how zones worked. The moment one entered, the gate would begin to close. If no others entered in time, the zone would close. This meant that everyone would be on a timer the instant the first person entered. Chapter 209. Lionel didn't seem to hear the words of those around him. He continued to charge forward, his blazing speed leaving a trail of gold in his wake. He had already formed his 8th node in the past week. Even though there were force-disrupting towers around, Earth's technology hadn't advanced to the point of being able to block force-strengthening deviations just yet. As a result, who here could match him in speed? Big Buddha was completely enraged after being ignored by Lionel. But why should he have expected anything else? Was Lionel going to stop just because he shouted out a few times? A cold light flashed in Lionel's eyes when he saw that Big Buddha was blocking his way. Rage lit the large man's eyes. In that moment, his palms were covered by a formless energy that soon coalesced into illusory hands that dwarfed even his body in size. It was clear that the usually amiable Big Buddha was truly enraged this time. If not for this, there was no way that he would pour so much energy into his ability. However, what infuriated him even more was that Lionel obviously had no intention of engaging with him. What a joke. Why would he allow himself to be stalled in this way? Plus, how could such a big man match him in agility? Lionel planted his foot down hard, feinting to one side and bursting with speed to another. He was Lionel Morales, a king of the football field. Compared to fighting, these sort of evasive movements were things he was even better at. Big Buddha could hardly react when he found that Lionel had already burst by him, heading for the clearing around the zone without pausing for even a moment. At that point, Monet finally reacted. Though she had yelled out initially, it still took her a while to realize that something like this was actually happening. A boy of not even 20 years of age was actually impugning on her authority in such a way? How could she stand for it? However, she was too far from Lionel. She had been speaking to him from on high before. She didn't believe she needed to approach such an ant so closely. So, compared to Big Buddha, she was at least 50 meters away from Lionel. In fact, after he broke out into a run, it was already closer to 100. Stop it by any means, she shouted out an order coldly. Badger sighed. Of the reserve generals, his speed was unmatched. Even after seeing Lionel's burst, he found that it was still beneath his own. After all, his lineage factor boosted speed much like Aina's boosted strength. In addition, his ability supplemented his lineage factor as well, giving him the wings of a rock. For him, blocking Lionel's path was truly not a problem. It was just a shame. He had had a good impression of Lionel, but after what he said about them and the Empire, all of those good feelings had gone out of the window. If it wasn't for the fact he had fought with Lionel side by side, rather than just blocking his path, he would have directly killed him. Let me, he said coolly. Hearing his words, the remaining 3 reserve generals nodded. They could see that no one else could pause Lionel's steps. As long as he was stalled, this matter would be over. Since Badger had the greatest speed amongst them, it was only natural that he would go. In fact, they even cleared out his general vicinity. Badger fell forward, his legs stomping forth just when it seemed he might hit the ground face first. If one looked closely, it really seemed as though his thigh might burst from his pants at any time. The amount of power in his legs was already inconceivable. But then his wings appeared. Bang! The grass beneath his feet was completely flattened. In the distance, trees that managed to survive the appearance of the zone swayed wildly, their green leaves being ripped from their branches. Monet smiled lightly, though it seemed to be more of a sneer. Badger was like a streak of silver, his speed crossing 150 kilometers an hour with ease. It seemed that he would catch up with Lionel in just a few breaths. But that was when Lionel sighed a sign none of them could hear. Beneath the raging winds, how could they? Too predictable, he mumbled beneath his breath. The speed of the light element wasn't a joke. The only issue was that while Lionel had other attributes and abilities that stunted his speed, Badger was quite literally built to maximize his speed. His bones were as light as that of a bird's. His wings had a massive ratio in comparison to his body. He had also learned several agility force techniques. And, as if that wasn't enough, he had a speed-type lineage factor. Compared to Lionel, who had still yet to awaken the speed branch of a snowy star owl, he was indeed a bit faster. However, how could Lionel not know that? In fact, he had purposely not accelerated with his greatest speed to make sure this would play out in this way. It was too obvious that the one they'd send to stop him would be Badger. And, unfortunately for them, Badger had weaknesses just like Lionel. Lionel kept running as though he believed he could outpace Badger. But this only made the others grow more confident. In fact, Monet had already begun to move. She only wanted Badger to stall Lionel. As for completely restraining him, it might very well take more than a single person. The other reserve generals seemed to know this as well. So, after they finished clearing out a path for Badger, they too shot forward. In the sky, the leading man of the Aderna family raised an eyebrow. He too felt that Lionel was finished. However, he was a bit unwilling. How could he gain some benefits from this situation? In that case, little Nana, help out our friends a bit. At that time, the youngest of the Aderna family blinked her large watery eyes and took a step forward. She extended a slender finger down below and spoke in a clear, resounding voice. Bind. Lionel suddenly felt a formless pressure surround his body, causing his steps to falter. His expression changed. It felt as though he was trying to run in quicksand. The innocent little girl in the skies blinked her eyes. Lionel had no idea that she was shocked that he could still run at all. She extended her finger again. Double bind. Lionel felt his legs snap together as though a rope had tightened around his ankles. Without suspense, he fell to the ground helplessly. The leading man of the Aderna family laughed. Don't say I've never helped you with anything, Monet. I think this is enough to exchange for 6 places, no? I hear this boy has something quite valuable to you. Chapter 210. Though others were likely making their own assumptions about Lionel's current state of mind, the man himself was incomparably calm as he watched the ground quickly approach him. Falling like this truly wasn't pleasant. Lionel had already calculated that the chance of this happening was quite high. In order to lure Badger in, he lowered his speed. As a result, the Aderna family would obviously think that he would fail. If that happened, there was a 76% chance they would act directly against him as a show of goodwill toward the Slayer Legion, thus making their subsequent asks more palatable. This was simply how the world of the upper echelons worked, a complex network of meaningless pleasantries, fake smiles, and most important of all, debts. It could only be said that Lionel was unlucky. Though he had known they would try to stop him, the odds of them having such a perfect ability to do so was relatively low. He was definitely getting screwed over by the luck gods. But even then, he didn't panic. Just when it seemed he would fall face first, he rolled his left shoulder forward and performed a somersault. The instant his 2 feet hit the ground, still binded together, he lowered himself into a strong squat and leapt forward. With his current strength, such an action easily sent him over 10 meters into the air, falling in a not-so-elegant parabola shape. However, it was unquestionable that his speed had fallen. In fact, Badger was already not much more than 15 meters from him. Lionel sent a casual glance toward the leading man of the Aderna family. The man couldn't help but frown when he saw Lionel's calm countenance. It felt as though Lionel could see right through him, as though he was analyzing and memorizing every little detail. It didn't seem like a cold gaze for the sake of being cold, but the kind of indifferent glance one would give a sheet filled with numbers. Without suspense, Badger caught up to Lionel just as the latter hit the ground once more. He didn't speak any words, but the derision in his eyes were cleared. Towards such disdain, Lionel could only shrug. If such simple words made them so infuriated, it only meant that the Slayer Legion was even worse off than he thought. Double bind. The little girl stretched her fingers out again. This time, Lionel's wrists snapped together, causing his frown to deepen. He had already entered the clearing and was just 50 meters away from the zone. But at this point, it might as well be miles away. How infuriating. The little girl's ability was truly astounding. Lionel believed that it was tier 8 at worst. If it was just as simple as binding him with something material, Lionel wouldn't take it so seriously. But what was shocking was that this binding seemed more mysterious than that. Almost as if the laws of physics around him had changed to make it so that his ankles and wrists were only allowed to be together. Should they be apart, it would be breaking the regulations of the laws around him. At any other time, Lionel would be greatly fascinated by this. Such a concept was completely novel to him, and he wondered if it was possible to apply to his force crafts. But at the moment, he didn't have such a luxury Badger appear before him. But instead of attacking directly, he swooped to Lionel's back, blocking his path toward the zone before sending a punch toward his back. Monet finally relaxed slightly. This farce was over. Bang! AH! Lionel shook his head and sighed. Badger's bones were formed to optimize his speed and flight. Him attacking Lionel after he activated his runes was asking for insult. In truth, Badger wasn't so fragile. If not for this, how could Mayfly have been able to ride on his shoulders? However, compared to Lionel, who was on the verge of forming a body as tough as a third-dimensional metal, he was far too lacking. Badger screeched as the bone in his arm fractured and his knuckles contorted. He fell to his knees, holding onto his hand as his face turned flush. How could it be that Badger and Mayfly would be aware of the full extent of his abilities? He had grown so powerful that he had no need to show them all of his strength as they escaped the island, not to mention the fact he had the two of them supporting him. This led to their unfortunate underestimation of him. So that's how it is Lionel finally understood. That little girl's ability was almost like a natural force art. She was imposing laws on him. It was no wonder this feeling felt somewhat similar to when he was observing the Force Crystal Core. What a fearsome ability. But Lionel knew that no ability was infallible. The way that little girl always pointed at him before her ability took effect. Was it just the quirks of a child? Or was there another reason? Lionel didn't believe that it had something to do with her finger. He couldn't sense anything particularly special about her movement. However, what other reasons could she have to point like that? Sight? Lionel's eyes narrowed. Everyone was closing in on him. After seeing what happened to Badger, they all redoubled their efforts. It would be longer than maybe 5 seconds before they were all able to surround him. But Lionel suddenly smiled. With a flash, a ring on his finger glowed, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly became like a pool of mud. He hadn't even sunk into his knees when he suddenly felt the restrictions around his ankles vanish. Lionel's smile widened. There was no need to keep his ring a secret. It had already been reported as one of the reasons he was able to save so many youths from the Project Hunt Island. In that case, why not use it now? A blinding light surrounded Lionel's body. He released his light elemental force without reserve, as though he didn't care about the expenditure. But it was effective. The little girl was completely unable to see him clearly, causing his binding to weaken and then break. Lionel jumped out from the pool of mud and grabbed at one of Badger's massive wings. The latter was in so much pain that he hardly reacted, having thought he had completed his task, only to find himself flying through the air toward a group rushing toward Lionel. Badger was ultimately still a reserve general and regained his bearing quickly. He snorted in his mind, completely deriding Lionel. It was his arm that was hurt, not his wings. He wouldn't even hit these people, so what was the point of doing such a thing? Badger's wings fanned outward and he flapped hard, stopping his forward momentum. But it was at that moment his expression changed. "Thanks," Lionel said simply. The wind caused by Badger's movements sent an obstructive wall toward Lionel's pursuers. By the time they stopped themselves from tumbling backward, Lionel had already entered a 20-meter range of his own. "Stop right there. Are you going to make an enemy out of the whole Slayer Legion?" Monet roared. Lionel chuckled in his mind. He had already made an enemy of the whole Empire. Why would he care about the Slayer Legion? "Don't worry, they'll apprehend him." The leading man of the Aderna family said shamelessly as he swerved his silver boat toward the zone. "Mattias, don't you dare. Why are you getting so worked up? I'm only trying to help." Monet was fuming, but Lionel had already leapt into the swirling portal. Surprisingly, at this very moment, Monet became frighteningly calm. "Mayfly, Big Buddha, Violet Rain, and Mountain. Follow me. The rest of you stay put." "Ha, that's the way." The Aderna family man roared with laughter. None of them seemed to notice the helplessness and anger on the faces of those who lost their place to enter. This was especially Sosi, Eel, and Badger, who seemed to want to murder Lionel with their gazes toward his disappearing back. Badger clutched his only good remaining hand, flames bursting in his eyes. Chapter 211. Bonus Chapter, SS. Lionel's eyes were blinded for a moment. All he felt was that he had landed upon a soft patch of land. It was only after his sight finally came back to him that he realized he was standing atop just one of a series of rolling hills. There didn't seem to be anything particularly special about this place other than the fact the air felt particularly fresh in an earthy kind of way. The Earth of Lionel's time had already put a lot of resources into developing clean energy and had saved the planet long ago. But its air still felt somewhat artificial compared to this place. Lionel found it hard to explain, but he could only say that the air of his Earth felt almost too clean, while this place carried just the right amount of impurity. It made people feel at ease. Not long after Lionel regained his bearings, a silver boat appeared in the skies. And not long after that, Monet rushed in with Mayfly, Violet Rain, Big Buddha, and Mountain. Upon entry, it was no surprise that 11 pairs of eyes fell upon Lionel. Some were of curiosity, some of disdain, and some of rage. The rage and disdain was mostly seen on the Slayer Legion side, while the curiosity came from the Aderna side, though the latter seemed to carry a hint of disdain as well. This only made sense. After all, Lionel was the only one here without a supporting cast. He was all alone and seen as an easy target. They all knew the rules of this place. The rewards of Zone were already set in stone in terms of their quantity. In that case, if they killed Lionel, it meant that there would be one more set of rewards for them. At this point, Lionel was also feeling a bit tired. It had taken quite a bit of effort to obscure the little girl's vision with his light elemental force. He hadn't thought that such a simple action would take so much out of him. He would definitely have to interrogate the dictionary about a better method. Still, he wasn't feeling anxious. Actually, he smiled toward the little girl. "You sure caused me a lot of trouble." There didn't seem to be any anger in his voice. He sounded like a big brother speaking to his little sister. In fact, he wasn't angry at all. He found it difficult to be angry at such an adorable little girl. She couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old. The little girl who went by Nana seemed scared of Lionel's gaze as she hurriedly hid behind another young woman who was closer to Lionel's age. The young lady glared at Lionel as though to give him a warning to not bully her little sister, but Lionel only laughed. He had always been an only child, but seeing such a scene, he felt that having such an adorable little sister wouldn't be so bad. "Young man, you go by Lionel, correct? What say you to becoming a retainer of my Aderna family?" Mattias suddenly spoke. He had seen Lionel's strength. Plus, from what he overheard from Monet's conversation with him, Monet, who had just been planning a move on Lionel, suddenly paused, her brows furrowing slightly. They were already outnumbered by one. If Lionel joined them, it would be by two. She had already been forced to enter due to the appearance of Mattias. If she didn't, their side wouldn't have anyone who could stand up to him. It could be said that this training experience they set aside for the youths was completely ruined now. Monet sent a glare toward Lionel as though warning him of the consequences of accepting. It was very likely that the Aderna family would just snatch his treasure and not mind him at all. Lionel laughed lightly. How could he not know of what Mattias was thinking? However, instead of directly refusing, he suddenly thought of something. "Oh, are you sure you want to accept me?" Mattias raised an eyebrow. After a moment, he understood. "Don't worry, there are no irreconcilable differences between you and the Slayer Legion. In fact, Monet's actions could be considered a senior bullying a junior. You have every right to leave." Monet's expression darkened, while those who followed her and seemed somewhat embarrassed. They had been so enraged by Lionel's comments that it seemed they forgot they were the ones initially in the wrong. However, Lionel shook his head to these words. "This isn't what I meant," Lionel said with a light smile. "I'm already aware of certain things. Old Hutch has a decent impression of me. If I inform him of what happened, dealing with this really wouldn't be much of a problem. What I mean to say is that I once almost destroyed a fort of the Empire. Are you still certain you want to take me in?" Mattias' expression changed. It wasn't just him, but Monet's as well as everyone else. Monet frowned. Was there such a thing? She had to admit that she didn't investigate Lionel much past knowing he was affiliated with Hutch. That was about all. After a while, Mattias recovered. Just the Empire? Nothing but a puppet on some strings, yet it dares to call itself an empire. Lionel's brows raised. This was exactly why he said so much. He wanted to know more about the relationship between the Empire and these hidden families. Mattias' response was quite interesting. "Oh, that's good." Lionel pretended to be relieved. "I also killed a few members of the Brazinger family. Is that all right too?" At this point, everyone almost fainted. Was this person a magnet for trouble? If it was anyone else, they might have thought he was lying for some fame, but didn't they see his boldness with their own two eyes? He even dared to forcefully enter a zone owned by the Slayer Legion. Mattias' lip twitched, but in the end, his expression became solemn. The relationship between the hidden families weren't so simple. They couldn't be considered to be allies, but they couldn't be considered to be entirely not either. They all shared a similar goal or goals. By now, Mattias was already thinking of using Lionel in exchange for a favor. If he brought Lionel in, gained that treasure of his, and gained a debt of gratitude from the Brazinger family, just how many birds was he killing with this single stone? However, what he could have never expected was for Lionel to start sinking into the ground right before his eyes, leaving him stunned once again. "They'll think about your offer." Lionel said with what seemed like a genuine smile. Boy, hold it right there. Big Buddha stepped forward to try and stop Lionel. Don't you think you've broken enough rules? Unfortunately for them, Lionel had caught them completely off guard with his questions. They couldn't even react before his head disappeared and the earth that had once been mud went back to normal. Beneath the ground, Lionel held his breath before bringing one of his silver-green whistles to his lips. Those families really don't fear the Empire. And what was that about puppet on a string? And that flash in his eyes when I mentioned the Brazinger family. It seems that their relationship isn't simple either. Lionel shook his head. It was about time he found out just what this place was. Subdimensional zone detected. Merlin's prophecy. King Arthur. Lionel's expression became weird. King Arthur shouldn't have been a real person. Many believed he was just an embellished legend. Beyond that, though, another Merlin's prophecy zone? Who the hell was this person? He should have been fabricated too. Subdimensional zone grade. Assess. Clear requirements. Save King Arthur. Side quest. Love triangle. Repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot. Side quest. Kill Mordred. Hidden quest. Make King Arthur a part of true history. Ping. Seed is warned to be wary. Mythological zones have a high likelihood of becoming unique zones. Lionel suddenly felt a headache coming on. Chapter 2:12. Lionel took a deep breath. He had thought that having the 99% accuracy of his father's dictionary would make things a breeze. At least then, he wouldn't have to worry about screwing himself over by accidentally failing the mission requirements. However, he could have never expected that the dictionary would be so vague at this time. What did it mean to make King Arthur a part of history? Was it acknowledging that King Arthur was fake? In that case, how could King Arthur appear in a zone? According to Lionel's understanding, zones were parts of past where higher dimensions influenced the lower dimension. Only by resolving these instances would these timelines smoothly integrate with Earth. Once this integration was completed, Earth would reach the equilibrium necessary to break through and reach the next dimensional tier. But how did a mythological zone factor into this? What's a mythological zone? Lionel asked. Ping, replying to Seed. A mythological zone is a legend of humans that is propagated enough to be on the verge of becoming truth. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He was still confused. He sunk into his thoughts for a moment. He still had to wait for the two groups above him to leave, so he really did have some time to waste. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. When Aina was explaining to him the differences between the dimensions, she mentioned how grand the gap between dimensions was. If he remembered correctly, she said that one could say a novel was in the 2D while its writer was in the 3D. Here, King Arthur was technically a 2D construct. He was just a legend passed down through generations to the point he became a nice tale to tell to children. His stories could be easily manipulated and changed on a whim depending on the mood of the storyteller. But if one thought about it from another angle, wasn't this act of continuously passing his legend down like a higher dimensional world acting on a lower dimensional one? In that case, wouldn't it meet the requirements necessary to cause a zone to appear? The moment Lionel completed this thought, he felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind. If this was true, then the danger mythological zones presented couldn't be underestimated. Entering a zone from true history was one thing. Most people there would ultimately be normal individuals Lionel could handle with ease. Maybe only a handful would be like Joan or the Mind Priest. But in a world like this, the number of enemies that could threaten his life wouldn't be few. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. Such a world had a high chance of becoming a unique zone, according to the dictionary. Maybe this time, Lionel would be able to find out just what truly happened in the Joan zone. Who were those people? What had Joan's purpose been? None of her actions had seemed to make any at all. Uncle Montez had also said back then that Joan's zone had almost become a unique zone as well. In fact, it was right on the verge. There were too many questions Lionel had had no choice but to ignore until now. After a while, Lionel calmed, his eyes becoming deathly still. Then he released his internal sight in full force, his calculative mind rushing into overdrive. Hear ye, hear ye. In the square of a small town, A man with a large bridge nose unfurled a scroll with a length of at least half his height. Judging by his attire, he shouldn't come from such a small place. Even the baron of this fief couldn't afford to wear such luxurious clothing. His Majesty has decreed that all young, able-bodied men between the ages of 16 and 25 will hereby join the noble armies of Camelot. The crowd, which had been gathered due to the commotion caused by the herald's entourage, showed a mixture of reactions. But by an overwhelming margin, excitement ruled. This wasn't a modern era, after all. If such a conscription happened in Lionel's time, people would likely be up in arms. But in this era, it was a matter of honor. And for young men like this, it was their chance to rise to a higher standing in life and maybe even become a knight. Lionel stood amidst the crowd with a pleasantly surprised expression. He had purposely traveled to this small town for two reasons. First, he wanted to enter a town the others wouldn't. With his internal sight, he definitely had a massive advantage in orienting himself in this world. The second reason was because compared to the other villages that had been nearby, this was a relatively flourishing place. The options it would give him were far beyond what the closer villages could. His initial plan had been to earn himself a spot within this barony's guards and find a way up from there. He had even gotten himself a set of cheap hemp clothing from a farmer to blend in better. The only unfortunate part was that he had to cover his hair in dirt and mud so that its bronze color would stand out less. But he had never expected to run into a conscription. This made things far easier. After a moment, he understood that this shouldn't be coincidence. Since mythological zones were based on stories and not true history, they were far more flexible in their storylines as a result. It's possible that this conscription happened precisely because Lionel was here. When the herald was finished with his decree, he completely ignored the excited expressions of many of the young men. These commoner folk had no idea how bloody the battlefield was. All they knew of was the glory, and each of them thought their sons, brothers, and lovers would all come back heroes, when the reality was that death was inevitable for a large majority of them. He turned back and signaled toward a man wearing tight, fitting leather armor. The man was tall, almost as tall as even Lionel. His shoulders seemed far broader, though, almost making him look like a box. Due to this, despite his height, he still seemed a bit stocky. Gather up to be registered. You'll be given an evaluation based on your abilities. Clear out. Clear out. I only want to see my future men here. If anyone dares to snub His Majesty's decree, it'll personally lop his head off. The man's voice boomed. Lionel raised an eyebrow as he followed this crowd. As expected, this was just a low-ranking officer, but his stats already averaged 0.70. This was already better than Lionel when he first awakened. Chapter 2:13. It wasn't long before it was Lionel's turn to be evaluated. He stood before the stocky man who he now knew went by the name of Heckle, a name that was maybe all too apropos for his outrageously loud voice. Not bad, not bad. Your build is good. The man repeatedly nodded. It seemed it was quite rare for him to see people as tall as Lionel, so he was quite satisfied. Attack me with everything you have. The longer you last, the better your evaluation will be. Lionel's expression became slightly weird. If he really used everything he had, this man would end up as a cripple, and that would be the best outcome. I can't use my full power. If I stand out too much, they'll wonder why it was no one in this town knew me. Just enough to beat him should be fine. This town barely had a population of 1,000. If there were any outstanding people, they should have appeared long ago. So Lionel's choice was the wisest. Of course, he had every intention of standing out more later on. Lionel took a step forward and threw out a punch. Heckle was startled. This punch was even faintly better than something he could throw. He knew that Lionel would be good, but he didn't expect him to be this good. However, when he saw the slight clumsiness in Lionel's actions, he sighed a slight breath of relief. This sort of clumsiness couldn't be faked. It seemed that despite his stature, this young man wasn't very experienced in battle. Lionel really wasn't faking this. It could be said that all his battle prowess came from copying the spear consciousnesses. He didn't have much experience boxing, so his form was a little off and uncoordinated. But this was to his benefit. Like this, he could show off his potential while also not raising suspicion. Despite the power in his punch, Heckle easily evaded, countering with a strong uppercut. Using his smaller height and Lionel's inexperience to his benefit, he closed the distance with a step. Lionel was inwardly shocked. He could easily see through Heckle's movements, and even dodging was a simple matter for him. But that was only if he relied on his true stats. If he kept suppressing himself, he might even lose a few teeth. Just when he felt he might just have to eat the punch, Heckle's fist came to a stop. Sorry. I got a bit too excited. Hee. Heckle took a step back. He realized at that moment that he accidentally made Lionel's test more difficult than the others. He couldn't help it. Though Lionel was inexperienced, his raw strength was even better than his own, with vast room for improvement. He'll give you a 4-star evaluation. Like this, you'll have a chance to become a squire for a good night. Go on, stand off to the side. It was clear Heckle was in a good mood finding a talent like Lionel. Lionel expressed his thanks with a smile, pretending to be a bit shaken before recovering. According to Heckle, a 1-star evaluation was only enough to join infantry. 3-star was the threshold to be able to be nurtured as a leader of men. 4-star and 5 stars were able to gain special nurturing. Most of them became the squires of knights. 5-star evaluations could gain a spot next to some of the best knights in Camelot, though those knights were still short of the legendary 12 Knights of the Round Table. They were only a step below. Lionel was satisfied with this evaluation. Other than a handful of 3-star evaluations of those from the Baron's house, there were no others even close to him. The young men from the barony frowned, hearing Heckle's words. This commoner gained a 4-star evaluation, but they only received 3 stars. However, did they dare to say anything in opposition? Heckle had beaten them all with absolute ease. It was likely that he was the strongest person in their town currently. What could they even do to him? In the end, they could only send glares toward Lionel, showing disdain toward his dirty appearance. Toward such a thing, Lionel could only sigh. He knew that it would only get worse from here on out. Even though this zone was based on a legend, he knew that the world of knights was filled with nobles. If even 3-star talents dared to send such looks toward him, it could be imagined what 4-star and 5-star talent nobles would say and do. Whatever, let's just finish this zone off as quickly as possible. A few tens of miles from Lionel's location, the others were undergoing similar experiences. However, it seemed that their entry may not have been as seamless as they once thought. The location was a castle that seemed to have been pulled directly out of a fairy tale. It was a land of complete blackness to the point even the grass that coated the land reflected like obsidian beneath the moonlight. Amidst this darkness, there was a mountain with peaks so sharp it might have been possible to mistake them for large spears piercing toward the skies. Blended in with this mountain range was a castle of black that carried the same jagged sharpness. Within this castle, seated on a throne that carried just as much darkness, there was a woman. Her skin was so pale that one could almost see right through it. Her hair was so black that it was difficult to tell where it stopped and her throne began. Her dress was the same, but the cups that held up her breasts seemed to be carved out from white bone. I sensed 12 stars of fate. She suddenly mumbled, her cherry lips parting and closing in an alluring manner. The woman awoke, her irises radiating a deep blackness. However, there was a hint of confusion in her eye. According to the prophecy, there would be 12 stars of fate that could decide the path this world would take. She had always thought that those 12 were the Knights of the Round Table. So why was it that she suddenly sensed auras of fate that had nothing to do with them? Interesting. At that moment, the sound of footsteps entered the woman's ears as she lazily lied on her throne. Lord Modred, there's someone who wants to see you. This servant tried to stop them, but Lionel would probably be rendered speechless once again at this point. Wasn't Modred a man? It can't be that this zone was taking anime a bit too seriously as well, right? Chapter 214. Boy, you sure are an eager one. How many times do you want to lose? Heckle laughed uproariously as Lionel suffered another punch to the jaw. The latter felt his world spin as he was forced to take several steps back. It was only after he shook his head multiple times that he finally recovered. It had already been a week since Lionel had come to this world. According to the dictionary, this zone had an even greater time dilation than the Jones zone at 150. This meant that about a year needed to pass here for a week to pass in the outside world. Apparently, mythological zones tended to have the largest time dilations compared to other zones of similar rank. At the moment, the moon hung high in the skies, and they had set up camp for the night. A large fire sent billowing smoke upward at the center of an arrangement of tent. Lionel was sparring with Heckle once again. In fact, this wasn't just the second time. Lionel had already lost count. After losing the first time, he had been fascinated by the man's skill. He felt he was learning quite a lot, though he continued to lose. The journey to their destination was a bit of a trial as well. The wilderness wasn't safe by any means. Setting aside bandits and rogues, just the wild beasts were truly troublesome to deal with. Much like this people of this zone, the beasts were also more powerful than they should be. So, this wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination. So, it wasn't surprising that the other recruits were dead tired. Lionel was the only one who would use such valuable rest time to torture himself some more. How could they know that this so-called trial was nothing more than a joke to Lionel? Again, Lionel wiped the blood from his lips. Of course, if he didn't want to be hurt, he only had to activate his metal synergy runes. But what would be the point of that? He brandished his fists once more. This time, it was clear that his stance was much more refined. His right fist hung by his chin, allowing his left to take the lead. He narrowed the target Heckle had to attack by extending his left foot and rolling his shoulder. In a flash, he took a step forward, sending 2 jabs in quick succession. Heckle smiled, entering a similar stance as though mirroring Lionel perfectly. It was rare to find someone so interested in his boxing style. Usually, these brats only wanted to pick up a sword or spear as quickly as possible. Of course, he had no idea that Lionel was less interested in the style itself, and more so, just wanted to win. He found trying to defeat Heckle while keeping a cap on his stats was nearly impossible. It was likely that he could grasp the technique much faster if he used his Dream World and Dream Clone ability. But he was spending all his time at night calculating for the formation of his 9th and 10th node. He wouldn't spend it on this. However, he was still making progress. Heckle used his footwork to dip just outside the range of Lionel's jabs. He followed up quickly, wanting to take advantage of Lionel overextending himself to wrap around his side. But Lionel had learned quite a lot in the past few days. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward as Heckle tried to sweep to his left side. With a single pivot of his hips, he and Heckle faced each other once more. Ho ho, Heckle grinned. It seems your footwork got a bit better. That's right, always stay square to your opponent. Lionel and Heckle's match became a spar of movement. Around the fire, the jeers of the other soldiers could be heard. Captain, the kid's gonna beat you this time. Huh, I'm never gonna let you live this one down. Heckle grinned, hearing his men, not minding his all. He felt quite gratified seeing Lionel's progress. Of course, while there are those who were happy, there would always be those who were gloomy. The youths of the town barony had gotten tired of hearing praise for Lionel over these few days. But they still had to admit they were no match for him. His performance during their daily marches was more than enough to prove this without a shred of doubt. Oof! Lionel suffered a fist to his chest and fell to the ground, feeling that the air had been knocked out of him once again. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he had lost again. All right. That's enough for tonight, pretty boy brat. If go any longer, you really might win one. My old bones can't take this. Lionel was quite helpless toward this nickname. He had managed to use an ink sac from the octopus beast's body to dye his hair a deep black. Plus, with his new leather armor, he looked every bit the part of a promising squire. The only shame was that his hair seemed to reject the ink, so he had to reapply it every day. Luckily, with how massive the octopus had been, he wouldn't run out even after a decade passed. Lionel smiled lightly. Thanks for the help, Captain Heckle. Just a useless skill. The barony youths looked on gloomily. The next week passed by swiftly. On that day, around noon, they finally saw massive castle walls in the distance. In fact, with his sight, Lionel could see 5 sets of walls, each getting progressively taller until they all pointed toward a majestic castle that seemed carved of jade. Lionel had never read about such a grand city. From what he could see, it was at least 50 kilometers from end to end, and that was just what was within the walls. As for the cultured lands around it, it was several times that. Heckle didn't lead them to the gates. It seemed that they still didn't have the right to do such a thing. Instead, they were taken to a place connected by dusty roads. These roads all led to an open space where numerous captains, just like Heckle, had their youths standing around them. Everyone's attention seemed focused on a large tent up ahead. Lionel's ear twitched as he heard the clanking of metal. At that moment, the flap of the tent was slowly raised, causing the open space to fall into complete silence. It was a night. The excitement in the hearts of the youths ratcheted up several levels. It was as though they were all meeting their idol. The night swept an indifferent glance over them all. Those who have been selected to join the Mage Academy, stand to this side. Those 1, 2, and 3-star talents, go over there. 4 and 5-star talents, gather before me now. Numerous haughty and prideful youths puffed their chests out as they moved to stand before the knight, their eyes sparkling. Go on. Heckle gave Lionel a slap to the back. Do us proud. Lionel smiled lightly and moved forward as well. Numerous gazes swept over him, including those of the 4 and 5-star youths. However, when they noticed his standard issue leather armor, a hint of contempt could be seen in their eyes. Lionel could only ignore such things. However, when the knight spoke once again, the youths no longer had the time to send disdainful glances toward him. There are 57 of you? What bullshit. Do you captains think that 4 and 5-star talents are really so cheap? The knight roared. He didn't like the idea of going out to find talents like this in the first place. What talents couldn't they find right here in Camelot? To make it worse, relying on mere captains to make this judgment was even more ridiculous. A sharp force flooded out from the body of the knight, causing many of the youths before him to grow weak at the knees. Though Lionel didn't know it, many of them had bribed their captains with wealth in order to gain such evaluations. How could they not be horrified? So, in certain respects, the knight was correct to react in this way. His force jetted out, drawing a massive circle of 100 meters in diameter. The cold sweat on the youths grew. In that moment, they felt as though if even a hair of that force hit them, they would die without knowing what happened. Since you think this is all a joke, you all can battle to the death. None of you are allowed to leave this circle until only 4 remain. Should any of you try to flee from this circle or are kicked out of it before this happens, you'll die beneath my blade. A bloody, murderous intent soared into the skies. It was only now these youths who were just feeling proud of themselves realized that becoming a knight wouldn't be so simple. As for those who bribed their way to this position, they were even more shaken. What clowns were they? Paying to die? Chapter 2:15. I forgot to mention something else. The first 20 who die will have the captains who recommended them follow them in death. Even Lionel was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could see the disdain the knight held for all of them, but to order that 53 of them should be killed, wasn't that a bit too much? Even beyond that, he was even dragging the captains into this. At that moment, the training grounds turned completely silent. Not to mention the youths locked within the circle. Even the captains that had selected them couldn't stop themselves from shaking. What were mere captains worth in the face of a true knight? Those captains who knew they had bended the rules in exchange for benefits all paled considerably. Even those who had followed the rules were trembling. So what if they followed the rules? In a battle royale, who was to say that someone deserving wouldn't die? In that case, wouldn't they be screwed? Maybe the only one who didn't have a great reaction was Lionel. He didn't notice when it was, but he had been in so many life and death situations to now that he was no longer affected by just this much. What are you all standing around for? The knight growled. If someone doesn't die within the next minute, all 57 of you can die. The words were like a spark that lit a raging fire. Lionel had only managed to raise an eyebrow at the words before he found several attacks coming toward him, one of which was actually coded in force. Lionel frowned. He didn't give us any weapons? No, some of them do have weapons. It's just that he couldn't be bothered to care whether or not everything was fair. The more Lionel thought about it, the more he disliked this knight. Testing them was fine, but why was it that this test was so despicable? The worst part was that those who were more likely to have bribed their captains were the most likely to have the best equipment on them. However, the fact one could attack Lionel with force definitely meant that he was worthy of his title of 4 or 5-star genius. Heckle paled when he saw so many attack Lionel right from the start. It was as though they all had a tacit agreement to get rid of the lesser-thans first. Heckle had followed the rules. He never once took a bribe. But if Lionel were to die so early on, it wouldn't matter. He would have to follow him in death. Lionel sighed. He could faintly see Heckle's face drain of all color from his vantage point as a dagger and 2 fists came his way. He shifted backward, sinking into his boxing stance. He could sense every change within this 100-meter range. In fact, he could already see that within the next second or two, at least 3 talents would fall, all of them dressed just as simply as him. A flicker of rage sparked in Lionel's heart. What a cruel world. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for not showing any mercy. Lionel's left fist flattened out, whipping out in a downward slapping motion that cleanly hit the dagger-wielding hand. His actions were so fast that the young man before him hardly had time to react before he found his wrists swelling with pain. The dagger clanged to the ground as the young man called out in pain, but Lionel had already moved on from him, facing the 2 remaining punches. He rolled his shoulder, causing the fist to skim off his defenses. The strike alone should have carried nearly 1-0 in strength, but Lionel's runes flickered beneath his armor out of the sight of everyone else, let alone causing damage to him. Lionel's attacker was lucky to only catch a piece of Lionel. Before the young man could even react to the bursting pain his fist felt, Lionel had already taken a step forward, his hips winding and his back foot pivoting against the ground hard as he sent a punch toward the final fist. Heckle's face drained of all color. He could see the benefit of his training with Lionel right before him, but he could also see the force coded on the final young man's fist. He knew how strong Lionel was, but his background was too lacking. He simply didn't know about these things. If he met this fist head-on, he was finished. Bang! However, completely out of Heckle's expectations, Lionel sent the young man flying. A mournful, muffled cry sounded through the training grounds, but it was completely drowned out by the sounds of battle. Lionel frowned. Killing with my fists is too difficult. Had that been my spear, Lionel sighed. He can take out his spears now. If he did, he would expose his spatial bracelet. Who knew what kind of consequences that would have? But Lionel's steps didn't pause as he pressed his 2 fingers together and turned, jabbing a bloody hole into the throat of the young man who threw the normal fist. With another step, he entered the range of the young man with the dagger. The latter held onto his wrist, crying out in pain. But Lionel didn't seem to care as he threw a punch toward his head. Call of the wind. Bang! The young man's head exploded into a cloud of blood. Let alone the crowd. This shocked even Lionel. He had only applied Call of the Wind to his fists because he found that his fingers were too vulnerable to continue using like a spear. Since he didn't want to expose his runes so easily to toughen them up, this was the better option. But never had he expected the result to be so exaggerated. At that moment, a hushed silence fell over the battlefield, blasting a person's head apart with a single punch. What kind of concept was that? The young man who had awakened force and attacked Lionel earlier trembled fiercely. He didn't even seem to register his broken arm as he tried to scramble backward. The further he got from Lionel, the better. "Ha! You did it, Lionel. You awakened inner strength." Lionel smiled bitterly when he heard Heckle's words. At this moment, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Several pairs of eyes landed on Lionel. They all knew what to do. Several youths had already stood out amongst the crowd, killing targets not long after Lionel had. If they didn't band together against these youths, they would die. Chapter 216. Heckle seemed to realize that he had spoken out of turn, but it was too late to regret it. He had been on the brink of life and death just a moment ago, yet Lionel suddenly pulled a reverse that saved his life. How could he not be excited? A moment later, Heckle's expression had tensed once more. Lionel frowned and entered his stance, not forgetting to pick up the dagger on the ground first. Another three slowly moved toward Lionel, their eyes flickering with hints of caution. This caution was not only for Lionel, who was before them, but also toward one another. It wasn't as though they had suddenly begun to trust each other just because they tacitly understood they needed to work together. Seemingly understanding this, Lionel no longer hesitated as he dashed forward. He completely ignored the young man with a broken arm, deeming him less of a threat. With the strengthening on his internal sight, Lionel knew that this young man had only formed a single force node, and it was in the very arm Lionel had already broken. He was practically a cripple. When Lionel entered a 5-meter radius of the three before him, he shot out the dagger in his hand. It whistled through the air, piercing one of them through the throat. In what felt like a flash, he appeared before the remaining two, his eyes flickering with a cold, calculative light. His speed was simply too fast. His palm appeared on one of their chests. As though being met by an unstoppable force, the young man was sent flying through the air, crashing into a few that were taking the opportunity to surround Lionel. Lionel's fist jabbed forward. Under the influence of Call of the Wind, it felt as though hurricane-force winds were ripping the young man apart, leaving his face distorted even before Lionel's strike landed. Another rain of blood shot into the skies as another corpse fell beneath Lionel's fist. However, Lionel himself was still frowning. It looked impressive that their heads were exploding like this. But the truth was that this simply displayed Lionel's lack of control. Call of the Wind was initially a long-range attacking technique meant to be applied to arrows, darts, and similar weapons. Lionel had modified it to be used with a spear, but the essence of the technique remained the same. Both allowed him to focus his force into a point. However, his fist seemed completely incapable of doing this. It made Lionel realize that maybe his mastery over this technique wasn't as great as he initially thought. If he could apply better control, he felt Call of the Wind could be maybe even 10 times more powerful than it was now. As Lionel thought, his body flickered amidst the 4- and 5-star talents. His steps held the shadow of Heckle's skill within them, mixed in with a hint of the primitive spearwoman. There seemed to be a mysterious rhythm to his steps, as though he wasted not a single movement. It was as though he could plan several movements ahead, deftly escaping encirclements, advancing on a whim, retreating with a thought. Lionel came to realize in that moment that there was more to fighting than just launching the strongest attack. All this time, he had been using his ability to think of ways to land his blows. He always felt that as long as he landed a good hit, with his strength, the battle would be all but over. But what would happen when his opponent was several times more powerful than him? Or, more appropriate to the current situation, what if he was simply outnumbered and moving to take down one person would cause him to be vulnerable to another? He suddenly understood now. His body felt lighter, his steps grew softer, and even a mysterious aura began to emanate from his body. This is it. This is what I felt when I was watching the primitive woman battle. Lionel could have long since taken another spear from the spear domain ring, but he hadn't all this time because he felt he still hadn't fully understood. When he watched the primitive woman battle, he remembered being in awe. She had faced so many enemies, yet not only did she defeat them, but even when they wanted to escape, all of their paths of retreat were cut off. The more Lionel thought about that scene, the more incredulous he found it. How could one person stop several from running away? If it was just a matter of her speed being several times greater, that would be fine. But Lionel knew that though she was faster than those men, it hadn't been exaggerated to that point. That only left one explanation. There was something mysterious about her movement. Not only was she faster than them, but it also felt like they couldn't take even a step forward without her permission. Complete control. All this time, Lionel had been so focused on his flexibility and imitating her lightness and quickness. But this was all superficial. The truth behind the mystery of her footwork was her mind, and the way she manipulated her opponents. Lionel sank into a trance. The entire battlefield reflected in his mind, as though he could see it all from above. His hair fluttered in the wind as he walked through the youths that attacked him. Yet, they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The knight's eyes narrowed. He had been observing the entire battlefield, and there really were 4 youths who had caught his attention before, which was why he set the requirement to just 4. But he had never expected a 5th to appear. And not only that, but at that moment, the knight's narrowed gaze widened as a wave of shock overwhelmed him. General Starr, stop, stop, stop. The sudden roars of the night caught them all off guard. How was it so easy for a group of people who had just been hell-bent on killing one another to suddenly come to a grinding halt like this? However, who really dared to ignore the words of a knight? You, and you. The rest of you can scram back to the 1 to 3 star talents. Everyone was stunned. Weren't they supposed to be fighting to the death? What was happening? As for the young men who were called forward, they too were stunned, including Lionel. He didn't think that the knight would suddenly grow soft-hearted. So what was happening exactly? Lionel and the other 4 youths looked at one another. Not a single one of them wasn't covered in blood, but it was obvious at a glance that none of it was their own. One of them was wearing standard-issue leather armor like Lionel, but the other 3 had patches of metal armor here and there, making them look like real warriors. It was clear their standard was better in comparison to Lionel. You 5, and those hoping to become mage apprentices, follow me. The knight turned and walked toward the first gates of Camelot, not explaining anything to anyone. But no one dared to question him, least of all the bribe captains who just got a new lease on life. It was safe to say they wouldn't dare take such payment again in the future. Chapter 217. Though Lionel was baffled by the sudden turn of events, he soon decided to cautiously proceed. He felt that this might be another instance of this mythological zone finding him opportunities. He had no idea that things weren't this simple at all. That said, the current Lionel was fascinated by the Mage Academy the knight mentioned. The knight had originally split off the youths that would be attending this academy to one side, but before Lionel could observe them, he suddenly found himself in a battle royale to the death. So, for obvious reasons, he hadn't had the time or mind to pay to them at all. After questioning the dictionary, Lionel had learned a lot of things about mythological zones. But maybe the most important thing was that anything that could happen here was capable of happening in the real world. Due to this, mythological zones were highly sought after in high-level worlds. In fact, world wars, the likes of which could make Earth's own world wars look like child's play, were almost guaranteed every time one appeared. This may sound odd. There shouldn't be anything different about this zone in comparison to others. One also needed to remember that the so-called rewards of the zones weren't prepared by the zone itself, but rather higher-level worlds investing in the progress of Earth. It could be said that zones didn't have any rewards for clearing them at all aside from helping bring one's world closer to the next evolution tier. Things only began to change when gold zones were taken into account. One could only begin taking treasures out of zones at this level. In any lower-level zones, they would disappear. That said, mythological zones were a special case. It was still impossible to take treasures out of mythological zones unless they were gold in grade. Since this was still considered a black grade zone, Lionel was obviously out of luck in this regard. However, the crux of the value of a mythological zone was exactly in those earlier words. Everything that happened in a mythological zone could happen in the real world. On the surface, this seems like a useless detail. But really think about it for a moment. What if a mythological zone had a completely new power system? What if they had a completely unique way of utilizing force or drawing force arts? Wouldn't that mean that whoever explored a mythological zone would gain access to this completely new system? The value of such a thing was unimaginable. For this reason, mythological zones were seen as treasures of the universe. Though it was impossible that they would always provide a completely new magic system, there was always the chance of such a thing. And even when this chance ended in failure, it was always possible to find unique views that could progress already established branches of power. What Lionel lacked the most now wasn't strength, but knowledge and how to apply it. He only had one technique, Call of the Wind. Aside from this, he was completely relying on his own instinct and the battle sense of his spear consciousnesses. He had initially been planning on using some of his rewards from this zone to solve this weakness before he left the terrain. But if he could get the techniques he needed from this mythological zone instead, the benefits might be unimaginable. Of course, even with this set aside, Lionel was fascinated by the Mage Academy. If everything that happened here was really possible in the real world, what would happen if he joined the Mage Academy instead? If he had the chance, he would. But unfortunately, for whatever reason, Heckle hadn't tested his aptitude to become a mage. Forget it. It's most important that I focus on completing the missions. Learning this mythological zone's unique power systems comes secondary. Lionel couldn't forget that he was on a timer. Every zone had a hidden timer hanging over the heads of those who entered it. He had found this out the hard way in the Joan of Arc zone. According to the dictionary, the timer for this world was set to around 10 years. That was the equivalent of 10 weeks to the outside world. He had to figure things out by then. That sounded like a lot of time, but Lionel knew that it wasn't. In that time, he needed to gain enough power and prestige in Camelot to actually affect change. In an already established kingdom like this one, let alone 10 years, even 30 might not be enough. But displaying his talents just might be a great help to that. So, if he had the chance, he would display them more. Now that he was here, there was no need to keep holding back. Head began to slowly show what he had. Lionel was lost in his thoughts when a sudden voice awakened him. "Ellis, I brought your brats. Hurry up and scram out here." Lionel looked up to find that they had already long since entered Camelot. Not only had they entered, but they had gone as deep as the third city section. Camelot had 5 walls and 5 gates. The most outer wall opened to a section known as the Outer City. The second gate led to the Upper Outer City, and the third, where they were now, was known as the Inner City. Beyond that, the fourth gate led to the Noble City, and the fifth led to the true core of Camelot. Of course, these are just colloquial names. Officially, all of these cities were collectively known as Camelot. If one could live here, they were already the cream of the crop. But where people could have divisions amongst each other, they would. Currently, Lionel and the group of youths had been led to the Inner City and were now before the doors of a small shop. Compared to the large buildings all around, it seemed out of place. Through the windows, it was possible to see bookshelves that covered the whole shop. It was to the point that books that couldn't find a place were strewn about wildly. At that moment, a woman wearing dark blue mage robes and a pointed hat that seemed too big for her head pushed her way out and faced the youths in the night. Them. The woman frowned. Or rather, Lionel thought she did. It was a bit hard to see her face through her drooping hat. These are the brats the captains picked. If you want to blame someone, blame them. If it wasn't because I lost that bet, do you think I would have picked them up for you? Ellis waved her hand that looked surprisingly fair. At this point, Lionel was expecting an old hag. If it wasn't for the barely noticeable curves in her voice, he wouldn't have been able to tell she was a woman at all. All right, I've done my part. Now you 5. Follow me. Lionel saw a barely perceptible flicker of excitement in the knight's eyes when he said these words, causing him to be confused. It seemed Ellis noticed this as well and looked up curiously. She was likely quite familiar with this knight and wanted to know what could excite him. But Lionel would have never expected her eyes to land on him. Well, He thought it landed on him. Her body seemed to be pointed in his direction. It was simply too difficult to catch a glimpse of her face. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, as though she could fall over at any moment. Jaren, are you trying to steal talents from me? Do you believe I won't blast you into ash right now? The knight who had been ready to take them away looked toward Ellis with an incredulous expression. When he saw where Ellis was looking, he protected Lionel to his back. Don't you dare, old witch. This is my future general. Chapter 2:18. Lionel didn't know what to say. This was the inner city. Everyone here thought themselves to be refined people of the upper middle class. Seeing a knight and a mage get into a screaming contest in the middle of a busy cobblestone street was definitely not the norm for them. However, whereas they would scold and lambaste a commoner doing such a thing, none of them dared to offend a knight, and least of all a knight that didn't mind offending a mage. Mages were rarer and thus more valued. Any knight who didn't mind arguing with a mage was definitely one with relatively high standing even amongst knights. As a result, instead of seeing these two as uncultured, those nearby were rather curious to find out just what could cause two individuals of such standing to act in this way, without care for their image. What bullshit, General Star? This young man is a born mage. Are you trying to waste his life away? Nonsense. Do you know how rare General Stars are? Our kingdom only has 31, and 13 of them are the lords of the Round Table and His Majesty. They'll fight it out with you right here, old witch. Bah, who's an old witch? This lady here is still very young. Say one more word nonsense, and I won't hold back any longer. Ellis looked up toward the knight, Jaren, her hands on her hips. Like this, Lionel could finally catch a glimpse of her face, and he had to say that she truly was a young lady. A gorgeous young lady, at that. But, judging by the way Jaren kept calling her an old witch, he had a feeling there was more to this story. At this point, the youths who had walked here with Lionel couldn't help but cast weird and somewhat envious looks toward him. By now, it was obvious to them all that these two were fighting over him. Even the crowd who had been standing around couldn't help but cast a few more looks toward Lionel. General Star? They were all aware of how prestigious such a title was. And even if they weren't, Jaren's words were more than enough to explain it to them. Old witch, are you really trying to fight me for General Star? This matter will definitely be brought to His Majesty's attention within the week. Is this really the battle you want to fight? You understand nothing. Those bullshit captains know even less. They dare to give such a talent over to you blockheads. This young man could become a 3-star magus given enough guidance, and you're talking to me about a damn General Star? Jaren's expression flickered wildly. There were indeed 31 General Stars. However, a 3-star magus? There were only 7 of them in the entire kingdom. Their statuses were so high that only His Majesty himself could order those old fogies around. If things were like this, it was obvious which had the higher standing. But Jaren was still unwilling to give up. General Stars weren't just born like talented mages were. General Stars usually awoke later in life after one had experienced many things. One as young as Lionel. If he ignored King Arthur, this would be a first in their history. However, Jaren was feeling incomparably aggrieved. How had the captains missed out on something like this? Wait, how had even he missed it? Seeing the confusion on Jaren's face, Ellis sneered. You fool. How could you muscleheads be worthy of seeing through his talent? His spirit pressure has already reached the standard of a 3-star magus. He just hasn't learned how to control it yet. Jaren grew ashen. Was such a thing really possible? Damn it, old witch. They'll definitely fight it out with you today. Jaren unsheathed a broadsword to his side, not even pausing for a second as he slashed out toward Ellis. Damned muscle-brain bastards. You think I wasn't ready for you? An illusory aura surrounded Ellis. Though Lionel was unaffected, the youths around him trembled, some of them even directly fainting. Ellis swept a glance over them and harumphed. Trash. A wand appeared with a flick of Ellis' palm. She drew a line in the air, sending a strike out toward Jaren's sword without a care in the world. The result should have been obvious. A dainty woman holding something that looked like a tree branch. A big, hulking man swinging down a two-handed blade with all his strength. Which one came out on top was obvious, right? Bang! The reality was completely out of expectations. Both Ellis and Jaren took one step back before they both moved once more. Jaren charged forward to gain a head of steam, while Ellis retreated with light footsteps, her wand waving in the air with an elegant cadence as she mumbled beneath her breath. Lionel's eyes shone. He was certain that what she was doing was invisible to most people, and even maybe invisible to Jaren, but he could see two force arts quickly forming to her back. At the same time, she sent out simple force bullets to obstruct Jaren's path. All the while, she seemed calm and collected as though everything was in the palm of her fair hands. Jaren caught Lionel's attention as well. His force control was exceptional. Lionel could see that his whole blade was coated with force, yet it was so tightly controlled that it was hardly perceptible even with Lionel's senses. That wasn't all either. Jaren seemed capable of incorporating his force into his every step, his every movement. There was nothing wasted, and his actions carried a fluidity to them that could enrapture those with enough foresight. Though his actions seemed far less elegant than Ellis' own, in Lionel's eyes, they both had the same amount of skill. Their battle seemed fierce, their strength surpassing even what Lionel could do by a small margin. Yet, not only was there no destruction of property, even the people around seemed completely unaffected. This was the true reason Lionel found them to be stronger than himself. This level of control, he most definitely didn't have it. Old witch, muscle-brained rogue, should I stop them? Or, Lionel was at a bit of loss. Just when he was going to try and mediate, he suddenly felt two overwhelming auras converging onto this place. They were powerful to the point Lionel's blood ran cold. From the instincts he gained from the primitive man, he could tell that he would have to put his life on the line to fight these two. Chapter 219. From the east, a towering figure leapt over several buildings, landing heavily on the ground. Cracks spread along the cobbled roads, but the figure didn't seem to notice as he bent his knees and launched himself into the air once again, bounding across hundreds of meters with every leap. From the west, a willowy figure fluttered through the air like a leaf. They swayed in the skies, making it seem like they just might fall from grace at any moment. Yet, they managed to keep a steady pace, heading toward their destination with a purpose in the deep oceans of their eyes. Bang! The first figure landed heavily before the group of youths, causing the ground to quake. From their vantage point, he seemed so tall that he blotted out even the sun, casting a shadow over them all. He wore silver armor accented with outlines and embroidery of red. It made him look like a raging flame, even when he stood completely still. He stood at almost 7 feet tall. His jaw seemed sharp enough to cut grass, and his eyes held a cold, murderous will within them that made those who got too close tremble uncontrollably. The second figure fluttered to the ground slowly. It felt like even if there were fields of grass beneath his feet, they wouldn't even bend beneath his weight. He wore deep maroon robes. His long hair rested against the small of his back, not a bit shorter than his long beard. Not only did they share the same obscene length, but they also shared the same snow-white color to the point it was almost difficult to look at the man directly. Sir Lamorak, Magus Ailiard, Jalen and Ellis came to grinding halt. It was obvious at a glance that they had called these two here, hoping to catch each other off guard. But, obviously, since they had both appeared, it seemed that neither had gained the upper hand once again. As such, even while they were greeting their superiors, they still sent sidelong glares toward one another. Ailiard smiled amiably, stroking his long beard. Compared to Lamorak, he was definitely several levels more approachable. However, those of the crowd nearly had a heart attack when they heard such titles. Magus Ailiard? He was a 3-star magus and one of the 7 most powerful mages of Camelot. Sir Lamorak? He was one of King Arthur's 12 knights. Lionel didn't know who Magus Ailiard was, but He had read enough fairy tales to know who Sir Lamorak was. At this point, even he felt that this situation was getting a bit out of control. He hadn't expected things to go this way at all. He had spent so long planning his next moves before he made a decision, but at every turn it felt as though this zone was the one pulling him by the nose. When these two got closer to him, he realized that his previous assessment had been too conservative. If he were to fight one of these two alone, even if he put his life on the line, his chance of living would be less than 10%. If it was both of them together, he could likely only wait for death. Lionel took a deep breath. He affirmed to himself once more that he needed to revise his power estimation system. But at the same time, he was confused. Ellis had said that his spirit pressure was already at the standard of a 3-star Magus. He didn't know exactly what a 3-star Magus was, but he assumed that spirit pressure was this world's name for what he called spirit and his father called soul force. If he really was at this standard already, why was it that he felt this Magus was an insurmountable mountain? He didn't have an aura anywhere near this imposing. Master, you mustn't let them take this boy. It'll be a big loss to the mage world. Ellis seized the initiative and spoke first. She knew how domineering Sir Lamorak was. If he just directly snatched Lionel, there wouldn't be time for her to shed tears. Sir Lamorak, this boy is a general star. We can't let him off. Before Aeliard could respond, Jaren spoke up as well, unwilling to give up either. Oh, the two men looked toward Lionel for the first time. At that moment, Lionel felt as though 2 mountains were weighing down on him. He could only feel aggrieved at this point. Was this really only an SS grade zone? Then what the hell would he have to go through in an SSS grade zone? He had realized after fighting the Beast Kings that the divisions within the final 3 levels of a dimension had massive leaps between them. If not for this, he wouldn't have thought he was battling an SS grade threat when it was really just an elite S grade threat. But this still felt a bit too exaggerated. Aeliard's calm, caring eyes gave way to shock after a moment. As for Lamorak, sensing a general star wasn't as straightforward as sensing spirit pressure. But he was still stunned by the strength hidden within Lionel's body. Though others couldn't tell, as an experienced knight of the Round Table, Lamorak could tell that the strength within Lionel's body wasn't very far from his own. In fact, he could feel a slight sense of threat coming from Lionel at the same time. When had their kingdom gained such a talent? It was then the atmosphere completely changed. Jaren and Ellis had both thought that their respective masters would immediately begin contending over Lionel as well. What they could have never expected was for the temperature to suddenly drop by several degrees. Lionel's hair stood on end as he explosively retreated. He didn't even feel the slightest hint of safety even after he had placed 10 meters worth of distance between him and the two men. Neither Lamorak or Aeliard moved a single inch, but Lionel felt as though a guillotine was hanging over his neck, ready to fall at any moment. "Who are you? Who sent you to my Camelot?" Lamorak's words caused a coldness to well up in Lionel's heart. Chapter 220. Lionel felt a heaviness on his chest. He suddenly found that it was several times more difficult to breathe, as though all the oxygen in the air had been sucked away by some unknown force. "Speak, boy." Lamorak's words grated against Lionel's ears, beating them like a drum. It felt like his head might explode if he listened too closely. "Or else, they'll slaughter you where you stand." Lamorak and Aeliard were immediately on guard. A normal talent was always something to celebrate. But if a talent was too monstrous rather than being a joyous occasion, it would cross over and become something completely different. A body rivaling that of a knight of the Round Table, a spirit pressure rivaling that of a 3-star Magus. Rather than truly believing that Lionel was such a genius, it made more sense to believe that he was a hidden evil with bad intentions. It was simply impossible for someone so young to have such ability. There had to be another explanation. Lionel's frown deepened. What the hell is wrong with me? Lionel hadn't felt this way since the Mayan tomb. This uncontrollable, insatiable fear that seemed to want to swallow him whole. He found it difficult even to calm his mind the slightest bit. After a moment, Lionel's eyes focused on Aeliard, his expression becoming even more serious. He didn't know exactly what was happening, but he had a strong feeling that it was the fault of this seemingly amiable man. There was a slight glow in his eyes. It was nearly imperceptible, to the point even Lionel began to question himself. In that time, the fear he felt multiplied several times over, unwilling to relinquish the hold it had on his heart. Lionel turned his gaze back toward Lamorak, the goosebumps spreading rapidly across his skin without pause. He shook his head furiously, trying to calm his mind, but he found it impossible to do so. The frustration in his heart grew several levels greater, and he began to feel an irrational anger. He didn't even really know where it came from. For some reason, he kept having flashbacks of Jaren forcing them to fight to the death. Then, the scene of Ellis calling the others trash simply because they couldn't withstand her spirit pressure ran through his mind. All of the bad impressions he had of Camelot suddenly exploded forth hundreds of times over. "Are you going to speak or not, boy?" Lamorak's voice clapped like thunder in his mind, pushing Lionel over the edge. "Piss off!" Lionel suddenly roared, his voice piercing the veil and rampaging across Camelot. At that moment, Lionel's suppressed force spread out in a tidal wave, causing billowing white steam to fill his surroundings. His hair shot into the skies, the ink he had used to coat it vaporizing to reveal a blinding bronze sheen that shimmered no differently from polished metal. Runes uncontrollably appeared all across Lionel's skin. This was his true state. Without suppressing his lineage factor, these beautiful bronze runes radiating a royal violet color would uncontrollably cover his body. Beneath his weight, the cobbled roads cracked as he turned a pair of red eyes toward Lamorak. It was this annoying man who kept roaring at him, giving him such a splitting headache. It had truly infuriated him to the max. An oppressive aura erupted from Lionel's body, bearing down on Camelot like an emperor descending from the skies. The runes finally stopped spreading across Lionel's body. At that moment, he looked no different from a Roman god. His billowing hair, the bronze halo above his head, the crown drawn across his forehead. Even his eyes radiated a sharp light. Aeliard's expression changed. It wasn't just him. All those who had been around found it difficult to comprehend what was happening. At that moment, it felt as though a third heavy weight of Camelot had appeared, someone with no less strength than a 3-star magus or a knight of the Round Table. "Boy, do you think Camelot is a place you can act as you please?" Before anyone could stop him, Lamorak had shot forward, a massive mace with a cylindrical head appearing in his hands. No, it wasn't a mace, it had no sharp points, it was a completely blunt weapon, carrying an impossibly heavy weight behind it. This only served to infuriate Lionel more. As though he had lost his mind, he took a step forward and sent out a punch. Those watching paled. A fist against a heavy weapon like that? Even if they weren't fighters, the ending to such a thing should have been obvious. Bang! And, as expected, Lionel was sent flying. His body shot out like a broken kite, crashing through the buildings of the inner city without regard. At this point, Jaren and Ellis could finally grasp what was happening, and their faces slightly paled. If they had really allowed such a spy in a Camelot, the consequences would have been disastrous. Ironically, they could only look toward one another with gratitude. If it wasn't for the other battling with them, for Lionel, they wouldn't have been forced to call their masters here, and this matter wouldn't have been exposed so soon. As for giving Lionel a chance, they believed they had seen all they needed to see. Though they didn't know what those runes on Lionel's body were, they knew that such a thing had never appeared in Camelot before, and as such had a high likelihood of originating from an outside place. In this land, there were only two factions, Camelot and Modred's demon army. If Lionel wasn't from the former, he was obviously from the latter. Plus, on top of that, they had all seen how Lionel's hair color was hidden from them. What reason would he have to hide such a thing, if not to cover up something? Luckily, this was over. They could only hope that their masters didn't blame them too much. After all, wasn't this still a merit? If not for them, who knew how far this spy would have risen up? who knew that at that very moment, the very Lionel that should have already been dead would walk out from within a pile of wreckage, blood leaking from his lips. At that point, let alone the crowd, Lamorak was especially stunned. At the same time, he grew several levels more serious. This threat had to be eliminated. A mighty roar left the knight's lips, his force billowing around him. But, unlike Lionel's, which manifested like an uncontrolled geyser, his was compressed to the point of even carrying a faint red color. Chapter 2:21. Lionel shoved off a massive slab of building off of him. Finally, it seemed that his eyes showed a bit of clarity, likely due to the thumping pain in his arm currently. His right hand wasn't a mass of bloody flesh as one might expect, but it wasn't that far off either. His bones managed to survive the ordeal with a few fractures, but the skin on his knuckles was completely obliterated. It could be said that for a normal human, this arm could be considered useless for the foreseeable future. But Lionel was able to ignore it somewhat at his current stage. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of dwelling on this for any decent period of time, because Lamorak was already charging toward him, his lumbering figure causing the ground to shake. Lionel's expression turned cold. Someone was playing with his mind. He wasn't one to lose his temper easily. Something like flying into a rage like he just had wasn't something he would do under normal circumstances. By now, Lionel was certain that his actions were related to Iliard. It seemed that the magic system of this mythological zone was even more troublesome to deal with than he had thought originally. But now that he had recovered, he wouldn't allow his mind to be affected as easily again. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Lionel's palm flipped, causing his pointed spear to appear in his hand. He had already decided. His priority was running from this place, but he had to find an opportunity. It took time to sink into the earth and escape. Now that he thought about it, the best chance was while he was still beneath the pile of rubble. But his mind had still been clouded then. He'll use this battle to scale the strength of these knights and probe what other abilities their so-called 3-star magi have. Then, he'll get sent flying again and use that chance to escape through the earth. After Lionel came to this conclusion, he chose to hide some of his strength. Since his metal synergy lineage factor was exposed, there was no helping it. But he could still keep his snowy star owl lineage factor a secret. Like this, he would still have some trump cards in the future. Lamorak's expression grew several levels more serious when he saw Lionel's spear appear. At the same time, he became even more certain that Lionel had something to hide. He too was able to take out his weapon from thin air, but this wasn't something a supposed commoner should be able to do. It was becoming more and more obvious that Lionel had something to hide. However, he was still feeling confident. He had seen through Lionel's strength after their first exchange. Aside from a strong physical defense, his strength was a few notches below his own, and his combat sense was even weaker. At least, that was what he thought initially. After Lionel's eyes regained their calm, he took a forceful step forward that sent his battle intent soaring through the skies. It was to the point that even Lamorak himself was somewhat suppressed. Lionel's spear pierced forward thrice in quick succession, sending curving arcs of wind toward the hulking knight. Lamorak shattered them all with a forceful swing of his spikeless mace, but his steps were still paused, allowing Lionel to take another forceful step forward, sending out several more piercing strikes. Lionel knew that his spear would snap after just a single exchange with Lamorak's mace, so how could he allow such a thing to happen? He continuously cast Call of the Wind toward Lamorak's vitals, his cold, calculating gaze seeing 2, 3, even 4 steps ahead. It was only at that moment that the crowd came to a shocking realization of what was happening. One of the 12 Knight of the Round Table was being suppressed. Only Lionel and Lamorak knew that this wasn't exactly the case. At most, Lionel was like an annoying fly, constantly pestering the latter and keeping him from being able to exert his full strength. Lionel took another step forward. At that moment, Lamorak felt his arms sink. Due to the sudden change, he couldn't react in time, and one of Lionel's piercing strikes found its way through the chinks in his armor, causing the hulking brute to finally bleed. The gravity field is only 1x, but it's enough for a sudden change of pace. Lionel's eyes narrowed. While Lamorak was unable to use his full strength, neither was Lionel. Not only was he holding back some trump cards, but he also had to continuously monitor Aeliard. However, he was so focused on protecting his life that he didn't even notice the utter silence that had fallen over the inner city. They couldn't believe their eyes. Still, despite the fact he had been injured, Lamorak didn't seem to care. In fact, he seemed completely unaffected. It seems I will have to use my true strength. I've underestimated you. Lamorak suddenly stopped defending completely. Or rather, he stopped moving entirely. Yet, even when Lionel sent out more Call of Wind strikes, trying to keep his distance, they completely shattered before even entering a 1-meter radius of the hulking knight. Lamorak's force began to flicker with a wild brilliance, condensing into a red, raging flame. Yet, Lionel could tell that this wasn't fire elemental force. It was something completely different. It didn't have any heat to it, nor did the temperature rise. His force took a tangible form, fluttering around his body and causing an oppressive pressure to flood over the battlefield. Bang! The stone beneath Lamorak's feet shattered as he shot forward. Lionel shot back, his brow slightly furrowed. But no matter how many strikes he sent forward, he couldn't break through the barrier around Lamorak at all. At that moment, Lionel's steps gained an enigmatic rhythm to them. He seemed to lead himself into a corner, only to just barely slip out and flip the positions of both himself and Lamorak. His light steps were in complete opposition to Lamorak's own heavy stomps, making their battle seem like one of a giant versus an ant. General Starr? Lamorak remained expressionless. He had already heard Jaren say that Lionel had such a thing. But didn't he as well? In fact, compared to Lionel's own, it was like comparing a grown man to a child just learning to walk. The difference was even more exaggerated since Lionel's runes made his body heavier than he was equipped to handle. Just when Lionel wanted to trick Lamorak with his steps again, he found a swinging mace he couldn't avoid at all in his way. In fact, to an outside observer, it seemed as though he had walked into it of his own volition. Bang! Chapter 222. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel felt as though all the bones in his body were shattering. He had never been hit by a truck before, but he assumed that this was about as close as he could get to the real thing. His body curved grotesquely around Lamorak's spikeless, cylindrical mace, almost like a ball deforming around a baseball bat. Then, in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying. Or rather, he thought that was what would happen. But reality was cruel. In a single step Lamorak had taken to send a blow toward Lionel, the ground beneath his feet caved downward before jetting up a large broken piece. Before Lionel could fly very far to the side, he hit this broken piece first, causing his already bent body to crash the other way. In the end, as though it was all planned out beforehand, Lionel fell right before Lamorak, the glint in his eyes slowly growing dim. Lionel's world began to spin. He didn't have the presence of mind to maintain his ability any longer. It felt as though everything was fading. The pain was truly too much. His thoughts were in complete disarray. He only caught onto the faintest inkling of something that made him shocked to the point of speechlessness. Every step Lamorak had taken before had caused a crack on the ground. Then, during his last attack, his final step managed to kick up a large slab of stone that stopped Lionel from flying away. However, according to Lionel's calculations, that should have been impossible unless the previous steps drew the outline of the stone slab he eventually kicked up. If this was true, Lionel could only admit that he was entirely outclassed. His ability was perfectly suited for this kind of planned battle, yet he still lost so resoundingly. Weren't big brutes like Lamorak supposed to be simple-minded? Lionel felt his consciousness fading. The last time he felt this kind of pain, it was while he was opening his bloodline shackles. But at least that had some sort of reward at the end. This was just unbridled, unconcealed, and unrestrained pain. Suddenly, the sound of whistling wind shook Lionel awake. He didn't need to look up to know that it was Lamorac's heavy mace swinging down toward him. As a man of the battlefield, Lamorak didn't feel the need to say anything after seizing victory. There was no room for trash talk or disdaining the enemy in such a situation. Those who did things like this usually didn't last very long. It could be said that this was the first time Lionel felt that death was so close. Not that there was just a threat of it, but in just a few more moments, he would experience what it felt like to have his life snatched from him. In the Mayan tomb, he almost died at the hands of the sacrificial virgin, but that was a choice he himself had made. He had found it too difficult to take the life of an innocent teenage girl. Compared to this situation where the choice wasn't in his hands at all, it was completely different. This feeling sucks. Lionel hadn't ever felt such a wave of helplessness before. I don't like it. Lionel tried to move, a strong will pulling his body together as he tumbled to one side, just barely avoiding Lamorac's fatal strike. However, the air pressure alone made him feel as though his body was collapsing. Shattered bits of dirt and stone were flung on his body, sending him sliding to the side. Lionel grasped out for his spear, only to realize it was nowhere to be found. It must have flown out of his hand during that last barrage. What a joke! He hadn't even felt it leave his grasp. Had he been a true spearman, he would likely rather die than relinquish his weapon so easily, but it seemed he hadn't reached such a stage yet. Lamorak raised an eyebrow. He had only missed because, according to his own calculative abilities, Lionel should have been too injured to move at all. Something like this was outside his expectations. However, he wouldn't miss again. Bang! Lionel was hit squarely on the head. The ground he was trying to pull himself up from shattered and formed a small crater. Lamorak had thought that this would be enough, but his brows furrowed once more. He faintly noticed Lionel take out a weird fish scale. That scale formed a shield that just as quickly collapsed under his might. It was likely this that had saved Lionel's life this time. Lamorak began to feel a slight discomfort in his chest. With his experience, he knew that if he let things go on like this, one or two coincidences might snowball into 3 or 4. Eventually, the situation would get out of hand and leave his scope of ability to handle. His aura surged, the billowing red force around him surging up to another level. This time, he wouldn't swing casually. He really would go all out. A roar billowed out. Despite the fact it came from his mouth, it felt as though it projected out from his chest. His torso swelled, concentric circles of concentrated wind jetting out from his lips. It was so deafening that it made it difficult to tell whether or not the roar came from a man or a beast. Bang! Lionel scrambled to activate 2 fish scales as the cylindrical mace descended once more. He still had many remaining since he hadn't ended up needing them for the Force Crystal Core. But it somehow felt that no matter how many he brought out, it still wouldn't matter. Lamorak had an undeniable will. Even if he had to flatten a mountain or split the oceans, he would do it. An overwhelming strength came down from above. The 2 foreskins Lionel formed barely held up for a split moment before shattering like broken glass. The mace crashed into his body, causing the small crater to expand a fold in size. The cracks along the cobblestone streets spread out toward the various shops on the side, causing some of them to collapse on their foundations. Lionel's chest caved inward, his face becoming badly distorted. When Lamorak lifted his mace once more, there was nothing but a mangled mess. With how much blood there was, it was difficult to even differentiate the features of a normal human body. Chapter 223. Lionel's mind went blank. Was he really going to die here? He was unwilling. Even more unwilling than he felt when his bloodline shackles tried to force him to take a step back. He was continuously roaring in his heart. However, his body was really in no state to move. No matter how unwilling he was, there was a limit to what Will could accomplish. He's still alive? Lamorak raised an eyebrow. He still didn't manage to kill Lionel after going all out like this. Just when he wanted to swing again, though, a voice suddenly called out to stop him. "Hold on, Sir Lamorak. There's still some value in questioning this young man, don't you think?" Questioning him? For what exactly? Don't you think there's still some odd points about this? If he really was a spy, his actions are a bit too odd. Plus, I'm sure you know it's not possible for our Camelot to not have a single spy within it, right? With such a high-value spy like this young man, why would he come here on his own instead of relying on one of those connections to establish a footing first? Lamorak felt that Aeliard's words made sense. If he thought about it, the reason he was so hostile to Lionel was because of his weird actions. The moment they began to question him, he suddenly became defensive and even jumped back, broadening a 10-meter radius between them. At that moment, he had already assumed Lionel to be a spy. But from another angle, would a real spy really act so obviously? Lamorak frowned, but in the end, his gaze turned resolute as he raised his mace once more. "Sir Lamorak, what are you doing?" While there are some suspicious points, there are even more points in favor of him being a spy. Your paranoia fog spell forces one to reveal their inner thoughts. It's clear that not only is this young man hiding something, but judging by his initial reaction, he's also hiding a bestial aura within his usually calm demeanor. With this kind of attitude, he isn't a person who forgives easily. Even if he doesn't retaliate, his heart will never be with Camelot. This will be something Modred can exploit. Such a person, it's better that he dies. Lionel didn't hear any of these words. Even if he wanted to, the pain was too unbearable. Lionel subconsciously escaped into his dream world. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the pain lessened when he did so. It wasn't that his body had healed, but rather that it took a lot of his mental faculties to enter this space. So, his other senses were dulled. Lionel had thoughts of just staying here to the end. Maybe death would be less painful in this way. However, that familiar unwillingness swelled in his heart. He really did hate this feeling. He couldn't explain why he hated it so much, either. It wasn't as simple as him not liking pain. At the same time, it wasn't like Lamorak was a horrible person. He was only doing what he thought was right. He also didn't look down on Lionel, nor did he disdain his existence. All this being said, Lionel still hated this. He hated it so much that even with all the pain ravaging his body, he still had emotions to spare for Fury. But what good was that? Fury wouldn't do him any good. If anything, it would probably speed up his death. I need to get up. Despite having these thoughts, what good were they? Wanting to get up and being able to were two completely different concepts. No amount of will could mend his bones and flesh. His body was a complete mess. In truth, the fact that he had any consciousness to speak of was shocking enough. Maybe if his spirit wasn't so great, his thoughts would have already faded. Lionel's mind drifted, looking toward the large, complicated dream sculpt hanging in the air above him. It looked like a maze of golden and silver lines. If one had to explain it in just a few words, it would be like if one created a complex network of tunnels beneath a planet's surface, then took everything away but the tunnels themselves. In truth, it was incomplete. This dream sculpt was none other than a natural force art of the Force Crystal Mind Core. It was about 99% to completion, but that final percentage point felt like an insurmountable mountain to Lionel. He felt that even if he spent years meditating on it, it wouldn't do him any good. Lionel fell into a trance, staring toward the natural force art before he realized what was happening. This always seemed to happen when he looked at this dream sculpt. He wasn't sure why it was it happened, but all he knew was that falling into this trance lessened his pain even more. It almost felt somewhat refreshing. In the outside world, Lamorak's mace reached its apex. Aeliard sighed and shook his head. He didn't feel that it was worth it to have a clash of ideologies with a Knight of the Round Table over someone as insignificant as Lionel. Plus, the words he spoke were true. There was nothing wrong with his analysis. However, just as Lamorak was about to swing downward just one more time, the fourth coincidence he had been battling against seemed to occur. At first, Lionel was nothing but a bloody mess. But in the next instant, A boundless light suddenly radiated out from his body. It was as though the light wanted to pierce the skies above. Its presence alone made the few clouds disperse, tearing them apart into rippling waves. Lamorak froze, as did Aeliard and the rest. The light didn't last for long. It also didn't come with an oppressive, unbridled aura. It was actually quite gentle to the point many somehow felt tears welling in their eyes. Their chests were overwhelmed by feelings of love and care, yet none of them could grasp where this feeling was coming from. At that moment, Lionel's body was finally visible once again. It was still the same bloodied mess, but there were odd, fluttering white feathers falling around him like gentle drops of rain. Each of the white feathers looked pure beyond belief, radiating a gentle golden light as they fell onto Lionel's body one after another. Under the shocked eyes of the spectators, as every feather fell, the wounds on Lionel's body seemed to slowly close as well. However, with such a slow pace, how could there possibly be enough time to recover before Lamorak's mace fell? Chapter 224. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lamorak was shocked by the sudden turn, but he quickly recovered. Underestimating this boy could only end poorly. The only way to ensure that nothing else unexpected occurred would be to kill him now. After reaching such a conclusion, his aura surged once more, his power entering his spikeless, cylindrical mace as he powered a strike downward. Holy Sun! Ella's sudden shocked cry shook the inner city. Sir Lamorak, please stay your hand. Lamorak didn't seem to hear anything, but it was at this point that Aeliard moved. Just when his mace was about to kill Lionel, the frail old man appeared before the night, a wand faintly glowing in his hand. A muffled boom sounded. Aeliard's maroon robes fluttered wildly under the wind pressure, but his supposedly fragile figure didn't bend. In fact, under the shocked gazes of everyone, his thin wand completely stopped Lamorak's massive mace in its tracks. Lamorak frowned. "What are you doing, Magus Aeliard?" Aeliard sent a complicated gaze toward Lionel before turning back toward Lamorak. "You cannot kill him." Compared to before, there wasn't an ounce of leeway in his words. It seemed that no matter what Lamorak said this time, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Aeliard had already resolved himself to protect Lionel. Lamorak's frown deepened. "Give me an explanation." His voice came out hoarse. No one doubted that if Aeliard's words weren't convincing enough, the Great Knight truly wouldn't have a problem with starting a battle here and now. Compared to the safety of Camelot, he didn't mind falling out with even a 3-star Magus if he deemed it necessary. "You should have already heard it. He is our holy son. What other explanations do you need?" Lamorak slowly lowered his mace. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do today. He had indeed heard Ella's words, but he had completely ignored them. It was impossible to tell whether he knew their significance or not, or if he simply knew of it and still didn't care. At that moment, a whole host of city guards began to make their way forward. These events seemed to have taken a long time, but it was truly no more than a few minutes since the battle began. Coupling that with the fact the inner city usually didn't need much policing, and it was no surprise that it took so long for officials to make their way here. However, by the time they did, it was all already over. Lionel startled awake. His first thought was that he had died and ascended to some higher world controlled by greater power. It truly wasn't his fault for thinking this either. For one, he had been in a life or death situation. And secondly, he couldn't describe the place he was currently in by any other means. Everything was either in white or gold. Even the bed sheets that covered him were embroidered with real gold sheets. With his metal synergy lineage factor, it was simple for Lionel to tell that this was in fact real metal. Despite the fact that everything was woven by such bright colors, the room itself wasn't hard on the eyes. Everything gave off a warm light that made it more comfortable than grating. It was precisely the kind of place one would expect heaven to resemble. However, these thoughts didn't last long, because when Lionel awoke, the large doors to his current room were opened. It was only now he realized just how tall the entryway was. He didn't understand why a bedroom needed doors with a height of over 5 meters. After he got over the oddity of the doors, Lionel was shocked to find that the one who entered was Ellis. He very much doubted that she died along with him. Plus, if this was his heaven, the woman who came in should definitely be Aina, not this woman he barely caught a glimpse of beneath her massive pointed hat. This time, though, Ellis had taken off her large hat, revealing quite some delicate features. She looked like a girl of no more than 16 years of age. But, remembering that Jaren had called her an old hag multiple times, he felt that there was more to this story. When Ellis saw Lionel looking at her so intently, she blushed profusely, forgetting what she had come for. The tray of water and fruits she had come in with clattered under her nervousness, shaking along with her trembling hands. Lionel raised an eyebrow. What was wrong with this woman? She didn't seem like the type to act like this. In fact, she had quite the foul mouth from what he remembered. Plus, it wasn't like he was handsome enough to cause such a reaction. As for Flowing Wind's words on his attractiveness, he never took it very seriously. She was just the type to say such things. Had Flowing Wind been here, she would have definitely felt aggrieved. She was very selective with her compliments. Even before the metamorphosis, Lionel was fairly attractive, at least considered within a top percentile of men. After the metamorphosis, not much changed, until, that is, he awakened his lineage factors. He already had the appearance of a Roman god after touching upon his metal synergy lineage factor. But what he didn't know was that while he was unconscious, he had unshackled the healing sub-branch of his snowy star lineage factor. This had not only saved his life in an unexpected way, but it had also given him an added charm. Of course, this alone wasn't the reason Ellis was acting in this way. Lionel's charm was one thing, but the legends behind his ability were something completely different. After a while, Ellis finally settled herself beneath Lionel's gaze and set the tray down. Her long, slender fingers played with the fabric of her dark blue robes. "Holy Sun, would you like me to serve you?" Lionel's expression turned weird while Ellis seemed to become a ripe tomato. It was only after a while Lionel realized she was making weird assumptions because of his gaze. "Holy Sun." "What is that?" Lionel asked with a weird expression. Ellis blinked. Seemingly realizing that she had misunderstood something, she reddened even more. "The Holy Sun is you, of course." "Me? How am I your Holy Sun?" Lionel's expression became weirder. "That's of course because Holy Sun can spirit crystallize the light element. Had we known this before, we would have never treated Holy Sun as such." Ellis bowed in apology, causing Lionel to not know what to say. He had always thought that the so-called light versus darkness cliché was utter nonsense. But he had completely forgotten that this was a mythological zone. This was exactly the kind of place those clichés and legends came from. Chapter 225. After listening to Ellis, Lionel came to understand a bit more about his situation. It's no wonder they immediately threw out the idea of me being a spy. According to Ellis, Madrid and her demon army were harbingers of darkness, though Lionel wasn't certain if this meant that they could utilize dark elemental force. What he did know was that the people of Camelot believed that someone who could utilize the light element was an inherently good person. Toward this, Lionel was a bit speechless, but he couldn't blame them. After all, if the main enemy you fought for a lifetime was one of darkness, you had good reason to assume such things. What is spirit crystallization? For such questions, there was no point in asking the dictionary about them. This was an entirely new magic system from what Lionel understood. As such, though the dictionary could make speculations, it wasn't possible to understand in detail. This experience would teach Lionel something very important about the universe. Tales of fiction tended to have just one power system that ruled over all others, but this wasn't how the real world worked. Within the universe, there were countless systems of powers, and new ones were being created all the time. Even though many of them had the same ends, they all approached it differently. Some magic systems could reach the pinnacle, others were lacking a bit, and yet others were lacking a lot. Whether Camelot's system fit into the first category or one of the latter didn't truly matter much to Lionel right now. All he knew was that they were more powerful than his current self. So, at least for now, their techniques were worth learning. As long as it wouldn't badly influence his future path in a more properly vetted magic system, Lionel wouldn't mind trying out everything they had to offer. Ellis seemed to realize that Lionel really didn't know much of anything. It made her feel embarrassed that they had thought of him as a spy. Spirit pressure is used to crystallize the elements. Mages are born with differing affinities depending on several factors. Most often, affinities are inherited from one's parents. If two mages have a child together, there is normally a 20% chance their child will also be a mage. If those mages are more powerful, the chance is even higher. But it will also be more difficult for them to have children. If the parents share an affinity, the likelihood is even higher. For example, if both parents are water elemental mages, the chances are closer to 50%. In addition, their child will also have an even higher affinity for the water element in comparison to their parents. Sorry, I got off topic. Realizing that she had been talking about the mating patterns of mages, she blushed profusely once again. Lionel smiled and didn't mind. After the overly straightforward answers he was used to receiving from the dictionary, this was actually a nice change of pace. The other method is what I'm sure happened to Holy Sun. This could just be considered a blessing of the skies. Spontaneous birth of mages like you are ironically more common. Lionel nodded, hiding his peculiar expression. He gained his light elemental force from his mother's side. So, he wasn't in the category Ellis spoke of at all. But he had told Heckle that he was an orphan, so Ellis was probably tactfully tiptoeing around this. Since it was better to continue allowing her to think this way, Lionel didn't correct her. Plus, in his opinion, his mother wasn't truly his mother regardless. He didn't even have the faintest memory of her. There was a reason he had hardly reacted when his father told him she was still alive. Was it resentment? Lionel didn't think so. He couldn't remember ever missing his mother, but that was mostly due to him not really experiencing what it felt like to have one. Lionel would categorize it more as indifference. If he thought about it, maybe he was the weird one for feeling such a way. What do you all want to do with me? Finally, Lionel couldn't help but ask this question. After satisfying his basal curiosity, he realized that there were more important matters at hand. He felt that it would be a bit too naive of him to assume that everything would be fine now just because of this. However, after hearing Ellis' response, he realized he had still underestimated the value of the light element in this world. Had he known this, rather than getting beaten and almost becoming a corpse, he would have directly used his light elemental force instead of trying to hide it as a future trump card. Of course, Holy Sun will receive the same treatment as other Holy Sons. You will be allowed to enter the Mage Academy with high standing and receive all the rewards that come with this. We hope that you'll become a pillar of Camelot in the future. Lionel raised his brows. There are others besides me? Yes. There are 3 others. A hint of worship flashed within Ellis' eyes. One is His Majesty, King Arthur. The second is 3-star Magus Orion. The last is the first son of the Mage Academy, Sir Lionis. He is the son of His Majesty and is also walking the same path, that of the Magus Swordsman. Seeing Ellis fangirling, Lionel didn't really have the heart to stop her ranting. He could only listen on as she rambled on and on about these 3 holy sons. At some point, he tuned her out completely and retreated to his own thoughts. Interesting. According to legends, Arthur had a bastard son by the name of Modred. But in this place, Modred is a woman. In addition, it seems that his publicly acknowledged son is also the child of his queen, Guinevere. Thinking to this point, Lionel's expression became a bit weird. He suddenly remembered that one of the side quests of this zone was to repair King Arthur's relationship with Lancelot, and the dictionary made it quite clear that this was related to Queen Guinevere. Lionel felt another headache coming on. He really hoped that Lionis was Arthur's son. If it turned out he was Lancelot's son, this matter would only get more complicated. Chapter 226. Lionel was a person who was used to having many eyes on him, but even he was starting to get a bit antsy. The halls of the Mage Academy could be considered to be quite narrow. Well, not narrow by normal human standards. After all, they were still tens of meters across in width. The reason why they felt narrow was because their ceilings were just that tall. They loomed overhead with majestic archways, containing windows just as tall and grandiose. Unfortunately, with this large size came an equally large amount of people. Normally, it shouldn't be possible for so many to know of Lionel already. After all, this was ultimately a medieval era zone. There was no social media, nor were there any cameras. Due to this, Lionel should have been free from such troubles. However, what he didn't expect was that the robes Ellis had given him to wear would be so eye-catching. From what Lionel knew, the mages of this world were split into 9 grades. 1 to 3-star apprentice mage, 1 to 3-star official mage, and finally 1 to 3-star magus. For each of these rankings, one would be assigned a different color robe. An apprentice mage would wear gray robes. An official mage would wear blue robes. And a magus would wear purple robes. The stages of 1 to 3-star would be separated by the darkness of the color. A 1-star apprentice mage would have robes that were nearly white, while a 3-star the same kind would have robes that were nearly black. From this, it should be clear that Ellis was a 3-star official mage, and was very nearly a 1-star magus. However, none of this was the real reason Lionel was being stared at like some sort of lab rat. Usually, aside from the main color of one's robes, there would also be embroidery that exposed one's mage branch. Fire mages would have touches of red, water mages touches of blue, etc. Knowing this, it was no wonder everyone couldn't take their eyes off of Lionel. He was wearing gold-embroidered robes that only 3 others in the whole of Camelot were allowed to wear. Seeing his pale gray robes embroidered with gold was just one aspect, but the following connection they made between him and the rumors of the teenage boy who battled a knight of the Round Table was what really set the environment ablaze. The fact Lionel lost didn't dampen his prestige in the slightest. Not only was Lamorak one of those legendary 12 knights, but he was also within the top 3 strongest among them. Lionel losing was a foregone fact. It was the fact he managed to survive at all that garnered so much respect. All right, clear the way. Ellis became a cross between a jealous girlfriend and a valiant bodyguard, clearing a path for Lionel forward. Luckily, she had been tasked with being his guide, or else with how large this academy was, Lionel would probably be spinning in circles for a while. Though he could release his internal sight, he was told by Ellis that this action was rude, so he could only take a step back. At the same time, though, he was confused. By my estimations, a 1-star mage is the equivalent of someone who has opened just 1 force node. A 3-star magus should be the equivalent of someone who has opened 9 force nodes. But there were too many things Lionel had questions about. For one, he had already opened 8 nodes. Not only had he done so, but his nodes were much larger than a normal person's. By right, he shouldn't have lost so badly to Lamorak, who was the knight equivalent of a 3-star magus, a 3-star Grand Knight. Secondly, Ellis had said his spirit pressure was the equivalent of a 3-star magus, but this shouldn't have been true either. His spirit should be at the peak of the 5th dimension, let alone a 3-star magus. Even 1,000 of them shouldn't have been able to match up to his spirit pressure. There was definitely something weird going on. Lionel was lacking in a way he couldn't put his finger on, but there was a burning fire within his chest. He had had this uncomfortable feeling within his heart the moment he awoke. He had never felt such agitation in his life before, and he found it hard to describe. All he knew was that unless he could defeat Lamorak, he would never feel at ease. Ellis led Lionel to a classroom he was embarrassed to find was filled with 12 to 13-year-old kids. Luckily, there were a few who were closer to him in age, but they were all seated at the back. It was clear their standing was much lower than that of the younger kids. Ellis walked to the front. Surprisingly, she was the lecturer for this class. Lionel chuckled and shook his head, his embarrassment fading. He was never an overly proud person to begin with, at least not for meaningless matters like this. Of course, if others knew he was thinking this, who knows how they'd react. It wasn't long before he had sat near the front and forgot about everything around him. Unfortunately, his bad habit flared up again. An oppressive aura filled the classroom as Lionel began to focus. Many of the small children burst into tears, but didn't dare to make a sound, fearful that they would anger Lionel. Lionel was so focused on Ellis' words that he didn't notice the oddities around him. This was always how he was in class. There was a reason everyone always waited for him to finish his tests and exams before they began. The only one that had always been unaffected was Aina. Ellis smiled bitterly, but she seemingly realized that Lionel wasn't doing this on purpose, so she could only continue. Still, it was safe to say that this would be the last time she allowed Lionel into this class. These poor children couldn't learn in such an environment. Now, spirit crystallization. Chapter 227. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Hours later, Lionel found himself in a library. Lionel wasn't very used to normal books. By the time his era came around on Earth, such things had been completely phased out. So, seeing the towering bookcases one could only use ladders to reach the top of, he felt a deep sense of awe. The scent alone made his heart reach a state of calmness. He had never understood when he read about those who said there was nothing that could compare to a book one could flip through, his father being among them. But now he gained a small inkling. The Mage Academy's library had many ledges and oddly placed staircases all around. Sometimes, the highest shelves of the obscenely tall bookcases could only be reached by climbing these stairs. One of Lionel's privileges as a holy son was the ability to access information beyond his mage level. Usually, as a one-star apprentice mage, he would only be allowed to touch upon level 1 knowledge. But he was allowed to read up to level 4 knowledge. As long as he was within the Mage Academy, it wouldn't be an issue to read books 3 levels above his own. Lionel didn't mind this. He didn't expect to spend very long as a 1-star apprentice mage. He wouldn't be surprised if it only took a few months to become a 3-star magus. Ignoring all the glances he received walking into the library, Lionel immediately picked out as many foundation knowledge books he could find. These were books so common that this library had several hundred copies of each, so that those who needed them could always have one available. Foundational crystallization. Importance of affinity. Foundations of magic art formation. A mage and his spiritual wood. Breaking through. The ascension of tears. It wasn't long before Lionel's spatial bracelet was filled to the brim. Since Ellis had all but kicked him out of her class, he could only study on his own. Plus, he somewhat preferred it this way. If he followed the normal study plan of the academy, it would take at least 5 years to graduate, and even then, he would only be an official mage. He didn't forget that he was still on a time crunch. This was a zone, not a vacation spot. However, Lionel was confident in himself. If this was only a matter of knowledge and gaining it, no one should be able to compare to him. Lionel sat at a normal oak table and pulled out his first book. I have to find ways to use my ability more efficiently. Lionel's eyes narrowed for a brief moment. He didn't forget the shock Simeon had given him. He had been able to evolve his ability to the point gene manipulation had become a method of beast taming. This taught Lionel that he was relying too much on his ability to spontaneously evolve. He had to also come up with methods of improving it as well. He'll call this ability Dreamscape. Evolving one's ability wasn't always about forming some completely new power. Sometimes, it was as simple as using the abilities you already have more cleverly. Lionel wanted Dreamscape to become like a databank in his mind. He saw it as a fusion of his dream sculpt and dream world. What separated truly intelligent people wasn't always about knowledge. If 2 students were always attentive in class, they would of course have access to the same knowledge. So, why was it that even if they tried equally as hard, One person might ace the class, while the other might only receive an above-average grade. The difference wasn't knowledge, but in how one was able to apply it. Intelligent people can have access to the same knowledge, but are unique in the way they use that knowledge. They see things the less intelligent can't see, connect dots a normal student never would. This allows them the ability to solve problems with the same tools someone else would fail with. Lionel wanted his dreamscape ability to supercharge his intelligence in the same fashion. The way it worked was simple. First, he would save something into his database using Dream Sculpt. With Dream Sculpt ability to create a perfect memory of anything, he wouldn't have to worry about ever forgetting it. Following this, he would fuse the Dream Sculpt into his dream world. This would place his Dream Sculpt into his world of simulation. This was where the true fearsomeness of this ability would come into play. Let's say Lionel added this book in his hand to his dreamscape. This book was titled Friend of Light. From Lionel's understanding after reading its summary, it was a book detailing the strengths and weaknesses of the light element, when it was most powerful, how best to absorb it and manipulate it, etc. Now, if Lionel continued on to want to learn what this world called magic art, and it happened to be one of the light element, the information he gained from Friend of Light would subconsciously meld into his thoughts, helping him to comprehend the intricacies of the magic art with much greater speed. This was just the simplest example. What if Lionel instead added dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of force arts to his dreamscape? Would he be able to see the patterns between them, see through the unique quirks, and even become capable of modifying and creating new force arts using this method? And what if he added just as many blueprints to his dreamscape? If he had all sorts of force crafts floating in his mind, wouldn't he be able to optimize his crafts by compiling the strengths and weaknesses of many? This was what he wanted his dreamscape to be capable of. Almost like an advanced AI that was capable of learning through trial and error, he wanted his dreamscape to consume all the knowledge in the world until he could deduce anything from even the smallest hints. This was only the beginning. If he added the enemies he battled into his dreamscape, it might even become possible one day to predict the next move an opponent would take even before the battle began. Lionel wasn't certain if he could create a dream sculpt of a person's combat tendencies just yet, but now that the idea had popped up into his mind, he refused to let it die down. If Simeon could evolve his ability, he could do so as well. Not only would he do it, but he would do it to an even greater extent. Chapter 228. Originally, everyone always sent glances toward Lionel due to the gold embroidery on his robes, making it obvious that he was a holy son. But now, everyone looked at him as though he was some kind of freak. No matter where he went in the library, the surrounding tens of meters would be completely cleared of people. It was simply impossible for them to comfortably study and read beneath his oppressive aura. It was one thing if that was all, but he was reading an obscene amount of books. He would always go to a new table empty-handed, but in the next moment, one after another, he would pull massive text from thin air and stack them several meters into the sky. Then, after he returned them all, he would move to a new section of the library and repeat the process again. Though all of this was weird, it was still manageable. But what was truly ridiculous was his reading speed. Lionel seemed to flip through the pages of the books he chose as though he was using them as a fan rather than for reading material. Many thought that Lionel was only putting up a show of strength. After this continued for a while, causing their initial impressions of the new Holy Son to take a dip. After all, even a magus couldn't read books so quickly, let alone an apprentice mage who wasn't even familiar with the material to begin with. One had to remember that this was a zone. It wasn't a land where abilities had awakened. Aside from Lionel and the 11 others that entered with him, there shouldn't be any others who had evolved. So, it was impossible for them to make this connection. However, as time passed, those watching came to realize that if this was all a show, Lionel was a bit too committed. There were even instances of many who tried to strike up a conversation with him, including gorgeous female mages, yet he didn't spare any of them the time of day. He continued reading as though he hadn't noticed their presence. If this was something he was doing for attention, shouldn't he accept the attention he earned? Could it be that he was really reading that fast? The truth was that these people were right. Lionel really wasn't reading. But that wasn't because he was putting up an act, but rather because he didn't have to. When one looks at the world through one's eyes, it was possible to take in everything in one glance. However, if one wanted to remember in detail what was seen, it would then be necessary to consciously analyze everything. This was how reading worked too. Technically, as long as it was within one's line of vision, it was possible to see the whole page at once, but it was obviously only possible to read one word at a time. However, if Lionel used Dream Sculpt, he could save this page into his memories in the blink of an eye. Like this, it would be just like he read the page, but much quicker. In addition, since there was nothing complicated about a page of words, Lionel didn't have to spend hours or days like he had to in the past. Almost like he was taking a picture with his mind, everything would be saved in an instant. Quickly, the database of knowledge in Lionel's mind grew at explosive rates. In just half a month, he had read through every single book at and below the level 4. Lionel closed the last book and looked up with red eyes. His gaze was filled with a mixture of fatigue and a hidden, piercing light. He finally understood what the difference between him and 3-star Magi and 3-star Grand Knights was. It all came back to the same thing time and time again: crystallization. In the magic system Lionel was currently using, one he gained from Dimensional Cleanse, there was no need for crystallization. There was a very simple reason for this. Once one wanted to break free from the 3rd dimension and reach the 4th dimension, one would begin sensing a higher level force. There was a qualitative change with each dividing dimensional line. It was impossible for someone within the 3rd dimension to defeat someone within the 4th, and impossible for someone within the 4th to defeat someone in the 5th. Though it was possible for someone to jump power levels within a shared dimension, doing so across dimensions was impossible. This was a qualitative difference in strength. Think about it. Did you need to struggle to crumple a piece of paper? However, Camelot took a different approach, and this was crystallization. One might not struggle to rip a single piece of paper, but what about 2, 3, 100, 1,000? Instead of leaping to a qualitative change in strength, they consolidated the strength they did have and evolved it with a quantitative change instead. This also explained why his supposedly 5th-dimensional spirit was still so weak. How could it be considered true 5th-dimensional soul force when it was formed with 3rd-dimensional force? It was no wonder Ellis, and even Aeliard, had mistaken his spirit for being at the level of a 3-star Magus. In substance, his spirit was lacking in comparison to theirs, but in potential his far surpassed theirs. The average of the two opposing ideas landed him right in the middle. It was only now Lionel realized how truly flawed his stat system was. It's a shame. Though they take this approach, it has no use at the next level. All this hard work of theirs would have to be dispelled the moment they want to truly enter the 4th dimension. Lionel realized that this was only a case of short-term benefits. Since 3rd-dimensional force had to be dispelled in favor of 4th-dimensional force, any crystallization one's 3rd-dimensional force underwent would be useless in the future. After a moment, an arc of electricity suddenly bolted through Lionel's dream world. Lionel knew what this was immediately. It was a phenomenon that occurred when his dreamscape made a connection. With Lionel's every passing thought, these arcs of lightning would connect the various dream sculpts within his dreamscape, almost like the real synapses of a brain. However, they were usually ignored by him unless an arc of lightning had a particularly wide set of branches. The more branches an arc of lightning formed, the more ideas it was connecting, and thus the more complex the thought it was forming was. Lionel's eyes shone. Just what idea had his dreamscape stumbled onto? Lionel began to meditate on the connected dream sculpts. After a few seconds, his eyes snapped open once more, burning with a fierce light. His previous thinking was too naive. Force had other uses aside from the power it output. For example, Hadn't Lionel's physical stats improved with each node he formed? There was a limit to this once he reached the 9th node. However, what if he crystallized his force? Wouldn't the benefits to his body be much greater? Lionel looked at the central dream sculpt that hung between all the arcs of lightning. It was booked by the title of Knights and Mages, the War of Ideologies. Lionel suddenly saw a bright light at the end of a dark tunnel. All this time he had been worried. After so long, all of his calculations concluded that his 10th node formation would end in failure. However, this changed everything. Chapter 229. I would like to enter. At that moment, Lionel stood outside another library of sorts within the Mage Academy. But this library was much different, as it was the place that housed the magic arts of Camelot. Of course, by now, it was obvious to Lionel that the magic arts of Camelot were the very same force arts he was used to. The only difference lied in the fact that the force art language of Camelot allowed them to directly draw their magic arts in the air. The downside of this system was that their magic arts, or rather, force arts, were weaker than the ones Lionel was used to. This only made sense. After all, a force art written on a proper medium, like a precious or, for example, could draw on much more power and produce much more strength. However, when drawn directly into the air, the magic arts were fleeting and thus weaker. In addition, they had to be completed within a certain period of time, or else they would begin to dispel before the art was even completed. Of course, while there were downsides, there were upsides as well. For one, they were much more convenient to use. Within the Joan of Arc zone, Lionel had to carry around planks of wood just for a simple fire force art that was only useful against normal humans. Also, due to the common nature of the medium he used, the power of the force art was obviously also limited as a result. So, while this magic art system had its downsides, it also had its positives as well. The guards of the magic art tower were known as deacons. They were students who had already graduated and thus took up positions within the academy to continue reaping benefits. The tower was located within the academy, making it look quite odd. After all, it was building built within a building. However, its majesty was no less grand. It was within a greenhouse of the academy grounds. Up above, there was a large dome of glass, and all around one could find lush grass and well-tended gardens. The tower itself was quite tall. From the outside, one could see that it had 10 floors and stood at about 50 meters in height. It had a very simple stone design to it that radiated an ancient air. The two deacons stood on opposite sides of the door. Both were women, and each wore an odd armor crossed with robes. It was quite a unique style of dress that was reserved for those with deacon titles. Since this place was so important, it wasn't a surprise that the deacons tasked with guarding it were quite powerful and as such equally as haughty. However, their arrogant expressions faltered when they seemingly noticed Lionel's robes. Originally, they hadn't even looked Lionel in the eye, but now they found it difficult to even speak. "Can I?" Lionel thought that he had maybe done something wrong. He had only learned that this tower existed after overhearing a conversation. Ellis had yet to introduce it to him, so he really wasn't sure if he was allowed to be here. He only felt that it was more weird that the area around the tower was so vacant. Though there were many students around this greenhouse, many of them were several tens of meters away from the tower and seemed content with socializing within its vicinity. For a place that Lionel thought should be popular, this was indeed weird behavior. The two deacons snapped awake and were about to usher Lionel in, a bit embarrassed by their previous actions, when their expressions suddenly changed once again. Lionel raised an eyebrow and turned back to follow their line of sight. When he saw what it was that had caught their attention, he nodded his head in understanding. Coming toward him, there was a small group of 3 people, 2 men and a woman. In the middle of them, there was a man. The man and woman to either side both wore the deep blue robes of 3-star official mages, while the man in the middle wore the pale violet robes of a 1-star magus. What was curious was that the 2 3-star official mages didn't have any embroidery on their robes, making it impossible to tell what branch of magic they followed. Now that Lionel thought about it, he hadn't seen any embroidery on Ellis or Aeliard's robes either. He wasn't sure whether this was a stylistic choice or if there was a deeper reason. However, at the moment, none of this mattered. The reason Lionel was so understanding of the reaction of the deacons was because the man in the middle of the two of them did have embroidery. And that embroidery was identical to his own. There was only one young man in Camelot that was simultaneously so young and could wear golden embroidery like Lionel. Lionis Pendragon. Lionis was a tall man, just as tall as Lionel. He had flowing blonde hair and piercing sky-blue eyes that made women swoon. His shoulders were broad, and he had a kingly disposition between his brows. Even with the amiable smile that hung on his lips, he had a dignified air to him that made him well suited to be on a throne. Lionis met Lionel's eyes, and a pleasantly surprised look flashed within his gaze when he noticed the familiar embroidery. What surprised him even more, though, was that Lionel's disposition, although somewhat more reserved than his own, didn't seem to lose out to him in momentum at all. He could tell that Lionel was a leader of men, but he could also tell that Lionel maintained a humble facade on the surface that limited his overall leadership ability. It was simple for him to tell that this was a flaw of Lionel's. It could only be said that Lionis was truly the crown prince of a kingdom. To be able to see through Lionel with just a glance like this made his abilities clear. Lionis smiled and closed the distance between himself and Lionel. The two deacons were startled awake and kneeled down to one knee in salute. Prince Lionis. Ah, there's no need for this. Please rise. Lionel smiled lightly, crossed a hand over his chest, and bowed slightly. Greetings, Prince. Lionel hadn't been born in a culture where there was a heavy stigma against bowing or kneeling. So, he didn't really have an opinion about doing it one way or another. He wouldn't have minded kneeling at all. The only reason he hadn't and only slightly lowered his head was because he heard Lionis say that there was no need to. Maybe had he been born elsewhere, or maybe in a different era, Lionel would rather die than kneel. But this wasn't the life he was born into. That said, whether this would continue to be true in the future was a matter yet to be determined. Lionis smiled brightly. I've heard a lot about you. Lionel is your name, correct? It's great that our Camelot can have another holy son. I wanted to meet you for a long time, but I heard that you were injured. Seeing Lionis' genial approach, even Lionel couldn't help but feel a bit warm. It seemed this crown prince's charisma wasn't small. It's good that you're here, actually. Lionis continued. This way, we can enter the tower together. Ah, forgive me for my lack of manners. This here is official Mage Thabal, son of Sir Gawain of the Round Table. This is official Mage Mary, daughter of 3-star Magus Tilda. They're very close to their Magus Ascension, so they've come to visit the tower one more time. The two politely greeted Lionel with nods and smiles. Lionel's brows raised in surprise. It seemed that none of these three had lackluster identities. Chapter 230. Lionel smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. Now that you mention it, I'm not really sure what the purpose of this tower is. Could you explain it to me? Lionel and Lionis walked into the first floor of the tower. In truth, Lionel wanted to preface his question with a bit more, but he was a bit stunned by what he saw. The room followed the same rounded shape as the tower outside. It was quite spacious and quiet. Despite the large size, there were only a handful of people here, but they were all crowded around the same thing. In the center of the first floor, there was a large, floating crystal. It was easily 3 meters in diameter and seemed to slowly spin without any support. It hung perfectly in the air and radiated a dull light. Ah, right, you're still unfamiliar with some things. Lionis didn't seem to mind. Though the small number of mages within the tower all looked toward the new arrivals and were stunned by their identities, seemingly used to this, Lionis continued to speak at a leisurely pace. The Mage Art Tower is a place that houses all of the magic arts Camelot has accumulated. As long as it was once conceived by a mage of our kingdom, then it will be here. However, the matters here aren't so simple either. It's clear how valuable such a place is, so it's not a location that can be casually entered, nor is it possible to even if you were simply allowed to roam freely. There are only 3 ways to be allowed to enter this tower. The first way is the typical single entry once a year. For each year you graduate or enter in the academy, you're allowed 1 entry. Lionel nodded. He realized now why the surrounding space was so empty. This wasn't normal enrollment times, so those who should have entered their first years along with him had already long since come. The second way is by gaining military achievements, and the last way is by becoming a child of the elements. Should you accomplish the last one, you would be allowed unlimited entries to the Mage Art Tower and could travel up as far as your spirit pressure allows. Child of the elements? Lionel asked in confusion. Yes. Leonis nodded with a smile. A child of the elements has the same privileges as a holy son. In fact, you could say that a child is a holy son, just not of the light element. You see that crystal ball up there? It's able to test for crystallization affinity. When someone's affinity touches upon a certain standard, they will be designated a child. In fact, it could be said that the only advantage a holy son has over a child is that our affinities do not need to be checked. Because the light element is so powerful, even a holy son with a low affinity will be more powerful than the usual high affinity mage. So it's like this. Lionel suddenly understood many things now. In addition, he was quite curious. If the light element was so powerful with low affinity, what was it like with high affinity? And what was his own affinity? He assumed that compared to those of Camelot, his affinity was exceptionally high. After all, this was a 3rd-dimensional world, while the snowy star owl was an elite 6th-dimensional beast after maturing. Then what is so beneficial about the tower that official mage Fable and Mary would come before their Magus ascension? Lionel directed a curious question toward the 2 mages. His Highness touched on it a bit. Mary responded, "How high one can climb the Mage Art Tower depends on what one's spirit pressure can take. Each successive floor comes with a stronger pressure. This pressure is good for weeding out impurities that might linger in our spirit pressure, and it gives us a good push toward the next boundary." "I see, thank you." Lionel thanked them sincerely. Leonis smiled. "It's been a while since I've seen someone take the crystallization affinity trial. Why don't you try it out, Lionel?" Sure. Lionel had been eager to do so since the beginning, so he had no reason to refuse. Leonis and Lionel walked toward the floating crystal. At that moment, there was another youth testing his affinity. Affinity wasn't set in stone according to Camelot's magic system. It was possible to increase affinity through meditation and comprehension. In addition, after having breakthroughs in spirit pressure, affinity naturally increases as well. However, the higher one's starting base affinity, the more potential for growth they had in the future. This was all to say that it wasn't a surprise to find a person testing themselves once again. This affinity test was actually also a good gauge of how far one could climb the tower. Though resisting the spirit pressure required one's own spirit pressure, it was also possible to get by with weaker spirit pressure if one's affinity was high enough. So, youths would sometimes test their affinities before they climbed the tower so that they didn't push themselves too hard and cause irreparable injury to their spirit. The young man who was about to place his hand on the crystal suddenly swayed nervously. When he had come here today, the last thing he had expected was to be observed by a holy son and the crown prince, not to mention 2 other childs in Mary and Fable. However, he could only press down his nervousness. Wouldn't he look too pathetic now if he backed away? After taking a deep breath, he pressed his hand to the crystal. Wong. The crystal began to emit a lustrous glow. The affinity scale of the crystal is dependent on the radiance of the light. If the light projects a foot out from the surface of the crystal, it meets the minimum requirement to enter the Mage Academy. This would be the 1-star affinity ranking. With it, one might be able to become an official mage with hard work. Leonis patiently explained things to Lionel. The color is related to the element. This young mage's glow is a light green, so he's a wind affinity mage. The light needs to radiate out 1 meter to become a 2-star affinity. Such a person can likely make a name for themselves within the world of official mages. At 5 meters, it reaches 3-star affinity. Such a person has a sliver of a chance to become a magus. At 9 meters, this entered the 4-star affinity realm. Such a person has a good chance of becoming a magus and a slim chance of becoming a 2-star magus. Finally, at 10 meters, the crystal will form a halo like the rings of a planet. This halo represents the realm of a child. Of course, it's possible to increase one's affinity through hard work and persistence. In addition, a higher tier element like our light element makes it easier to break through realms, so regardless of your results, hold your head high. Lionel smiled lightly in response. In regards to his affinity, he wasn't too worried. Even if it really did turn out to be low, he would still find a way to use this magic system to form his 10th node. The young mage finally stepped down from the platform with a flushed face. He was a bit excited. He had actually managed to touch the barrier of the 4th star. His hard work had definitely paid off. After all, since he could be here, it meant he had rendered great service to Camelot's armies. Seeing that he was finished, Lionel took a step forward, seemingly not realizing the number of gazes that followed his back. He climbed the steps and stood on the platform, his expression calm as he stretched his hand forward. Wong, wong, wong. A blinding light suddenly swept out in all directions. Leonis raised his eyebrows up in shock. If it was just that Lionel had a high affinity, it would be easy to accept. But this, what was this? Chapter 231. Crack. Lionel hurriedly retracted his hand, but it was already too late. A massive fissure snaked across the crystal, expelling with it a hardly noticeable fog. The moment Lionel retracted his hand, the blinding lights lingered for a moment before quickly receding. Soon, his figure was clearly seen once more, allowing several pairs of eyes to fall on his body. Leonis, especially, was speechless. Everything happened too fast for the others to get a clear understanding of what had happened, but he had been able to catch a faint inkling. The reality was that having just a single affinity was impossible. Most people had many different affinities. The only difference was in how those affinities compared. In fact, the truth of the matter was that much of the reason affinities were so low among the majority of the population was because these differing affinities would clash with one another, making it more difficult to excel in one. What set Childs apart was their ability to filter out the noise. Ironically, their affinities for secondary or tertiary elements was much lower than their counterparts, but in return, they gained great affinity in just one aspect. However, Leonis was certain that what he had seen was correct. In that brief moment, Lionel formed a blinding dark gold halo. This should have all been fine. After all, the formation of a halo was the marker of a child. To be both a holy son and a child, Lionel would be the only one in their entire kingdom. Even Leonis' own father wasn't considered a child of the light element when he first started. It was only after years of meditation and practice that he reached this standard. But the issue was that dark gold wasn't the symbolic marker for the light element. It was the marker for the earth element. Leonis' brows involuntarily trembled. Lionel's affinity for the earth element was actually obscene to the point of directly suppressing his light element. Not only that, but its affinity was so far beyond the standard of a child that it would have shattered the crystal had Lionel not reacted so quickly. The color for the earth element should have been a dirty yellowish-brown color, but that was most definitely a bright bronze or dark gold color. That means that Lionel's not only an earth elemental child, but also one with a variant affinity. Leonis exhaled a long breath. Sorry, Lionel's voice finally broke the silence. But the word he spoke caused Leonis to be speechless. Eventually, the Crown Prince laughed bitterly and shook his head. It's nothing to worry about. This crystal is easily replaceable. We have mines filled with it, and even have higher grade ones used exclusively by magi. Hearing this, Lionel sighed a breath of relief. However, after a moment, he sunk into his own thoughts. He too had senses sharp enough to notice that his halo was actually dark gold and not gold. From what Leonis explained to him, it seemed his affinity for the earth element was even higher than his affinity for the light element. At the same time, he could tell that his light element wasn't any weaker than that of child either. The issue was that this crystal was only able to show a single affinity at a time, intended toward the more powerful one. I see. Lionel had come here expecting to just pour his heart and soul into studying light elemental magic arts. But if things were like this, he couldn't neglect his earth element either. While Lionel was taking every advantage he could from the Mage Academy, it couldn't be forgotten that there was 11 others who had entered the zone with him. And in a lot of ways, their methods were far better than his own. Maybe this wasn't the case in the ultimate result, but it was most definitely the case in baseline success. Rather than coming with their own identity, the others took advantage of the fact this was a land without technology to take on the identities of those who already called Camelot home. As a result, unlike the unlucky Lionel, they didn't have to worry about being called traitors. Of course, it wasn't that Lionel hadn't thought of this. It was just that he was unwilling to commit the cruel acts necessary to take such an identity for himself. That said, this wasn't the only method either. At that moment, Supreme Monet sat in silent meditation on a large bed. She wore a silk lace gown, defining her curves. Despite the faint wrinkles on her face, she still had a stifling, captivating beauty that could cause the hearts of men to boil. The deep ravine of her chest revealed the not-so-subtle mounds of soft flesh, and the mesh of lace that covered them showed just a hint of her rounded pink nipples. It could only be said that the sight was simply too enticing. If not for the fact she was sitting down in meditation, her lower half might just very well be another sight to behold. At that moment, the doors to her room opened. But the one who entered wasn't what one would expect at all. A familiar woman wearing a deep black dress sauntered into the room. Her countenance was exceptionally pale, yet somehow had a healthy glow to it. It felt as though she had been carved of ice and had not a drop of blood within her body. The woman walked to Monet, who slowly opened her eyes. Monet could only lift her chin as the black-dressed woman pulled it up with a slender finger that soon traced her jaw. Seeing the enticing view of Monet's body, the woman's breath hitched ever so slightly, her face finally gaining just the slightest red hue. "I usually like younger women," the black-dressed woman said softly, her voice as smooth as silk. "But it seems that I've missed out on the allure of maturity. You are to my liking. You'll serve me tonight." The black dress that followed the woman's curves slowly fell, revealing a perfectly sculpted body. In fact, her figure held a hidden power within it, carrying the faint carved muscles of a man while maintaining the soft curves of a woman. Her breast stood erect and proud as she lifted a long, slender leg, placing it on the bed Monet sat upon. A fragrant bush graced her most sacred region, just barely revealing two pink lips hidden beneath. The woman stood like this for a moment, one leg planted on the soft carpets of the room and the other lifted up to the silk sheets of the bed. She allowed Monet, who sat before her, to take in her alluring body without the slightest hint of shame or bashfulness as she continued to stroke the latter's jawline. Monet's expression was calm as she met the woman's gaze, carrying a hint of the lofty air the latter carried. But this only seemed to make the woman want her more. Then, as though she couldn't wait any longer, her slender fingers stopped tracing Monet's chin and grasped it gently. A soft moan escaped the woman's cherry lips as she pulled Monet's head between her legs. The woman placed a hand on the back of Monet's head, sinking into pleasure. Her eyes closed and her head angled upward, soft rhythmic breaths heaving her chest up and down. One could have never expected that the woman Monet was currently servicing with her tongue was the lofty demon lord, Madrid. Chapter 232. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Lionel, of course, had no idea what was happening across this mythological land. If he did, he might have had many questions to ask. But at this point, all he cared about were the magic arts before him. Leonis, Fable, and Mary had long since climbed the tower. But since he was still a one-star apprentice mage, he would obviously stay on the first floor. This was not as bad as it sounded, either. Since the only ones who could enter the mage art tower at this time of year were childs or youths with military exploits, there were very few in the tower to begin with. And of those that could enter, just how many of them would still need arts from the first floor? Because of this, Lionel was completely alone. In fact, he would probably be completely alone even if he climbed to the 5th floor. The floor itself was split into 9 regions. A region for wind, water, fire, earth, lightning, wood, light, auxiliary, and mental magic arts. Aside from the 4 main elements, lightning and wood were unique variations that had appeared in Camelot's long history. They were quite rare, even compared to others. Only the light element was rarer. As for the mental magic arts, they could be used by anyone. There were also some mages who had exceptionally high spirit pressure talent, but had no strong affinities. These mages were excellent at these sort of mental magics. In fact, Lionel had thought that Fable and Mary were mental magic mages. That would explain why their robes didn't have any embroidery on them. The auxiliary section could be learned by anyone. They were the fundamental magic all mages should have under their belts. For example, both Ellis and Aeliard had been able to meet the swords of knights with their wands alone. This wasn't because their wands, or what the people of Camelot called spiritual wood, were so sturdy or because their strength was so great. It was because of auxiliary magic like repel, or strengthen, or harden. Of course, the auxiliary magic on the first floor was so weak that they couldn't possibly help the current Lionel. But that didn't mean this would always be true. Within the 9 regions, there were various podiums. Each podium held a crystal ball. These crystal balls were the mediums that held the magic arts. However, reaching them wasn't so simple. Just in order to enter a region, one needed a certain level of affinity, or else one would only find a barrier that was impossible to cross. Of course, Lionel had nothing to worry about on the first floor. He directly walked into the light region, feeling very curious. Even though the first floor should have the most arts of any floor due to their low difficulty, the light region still had the smallest number of podiums at around 40 or so. Lionel picked up the closest one. There was no pressure on him at all, so he felt he could take his time. His spirit pressure easily shattered the barrier around the podium. Soon, his internal sight had entered the world of the crystal, and a magic art was reflected in his mind. Shine! Lionel almost couldn't help but chuckle. This magic art was exactly what it sounded like. It was used for nothing else than lighting a path. Who would have thought that the mighty light element would have such a day too? Dream sculpt. Lionel's aura surged, his spirit draining as he etched the magic art into his mind. 47 seconds, Lionel nodded. It took him less than a minute to perfectly etch a magic art into his dreamscape. His mind left the crystal ball. With a thought, his spirit pressure surged once more, congealing onto the palm of his hand. In the blink of an eye, a surge of wind swirled. After it settled down, a radiant halo formed on Lionel's palm, causing him to smile. If another person had been here, they would have been shocked to the point of fitting a baseball into their mouths. In total, it took Lionel not much longer than a minute to learn and conjure his first magic art. Such speed was obscene to the point of being beyond monstrous. One had to know that a mage would usually meditate on a single magic art for days before attempting to conjure it. And even then, they would need spiritual wood to concentrate their spirit pressure. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, it would take several seconds to complete on the first try. Only after continuous practice would it slowly take less and less time, but even then, it most definitely shouldn't have been as fast as Lionel. However, Lionel's ability was just too perfect for the world of mages. With his dream sculpt ability, he could memorize a magic art in minutes. And since it was a perfect, immutable memory in his mind, he would never make a mistake in conjuring it. As a result, he didn't need spiritual wood to keep his spirit pressure focused. If he had a wand of his own, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But Lionel had no intention of wielding a wand. He wanted the ability to cast while he used his spear. He didn't have hands to spare for a wand. This advantage of Lionel's would only grow. For higher gray magic arts, it would sometimes take mages years, even decades of meditation to perfectly master them. For Lionel, it just might be a matter of a few days. These one-star apprentice arts won't be very useful to me. They're too weak. Maybe only high-level official arts can start boosting my combat prowess. But it's best I sculpt all of these into my dreamscape. Maybe I'll be able to draw some useful conclusions if I do. Lionel picked up another crystal ball and bitterly smiled. Multi-shine. Lionel was speechless. It can't be that all these magic arts wanted to turn him into a glorified light bulb, right? Chapter 233. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. A swirl of wind surged toward Lionel once again. This time, his body was surrounded by several halos of light. Instead of appearing in a concentrated form, they flew around his body like fireflies. Lionel shook his head. He chose to reserve his judgment for now. After all, he didn't have an accurate gauge of what one-star apprentice arts were meant to be capable of. Assuming the worst of the light element just for 2 spells was a bit silly. Plus, these arts weren't exactly useless. Had he had them to Mayan Tomb, some things might have been easier. Since he had already learned that his internal sight wasn't perfect, he knew that there would always be some things he could only rely on his eyes for. After Lionel was finished, he moved toward the 3rd crystal ball, shattering its protective barrier with just as much ease. Lionel looked at the magic art in his hand for a good long while before sighing once again. Shining eyes. It was a magic art capable of attracting the light element to one's eyes, thus granting them night vision. At this point, Lionel really didn't know what to say. It couldn't be that all the light element magic arts were related to seeing through darkness, right? Lionel sculpted the dream art and moved on to a 4th and 5th and 6th. Eventually, he had gone through over 30. At this point, he felt the situation was too ridiculous. If he saw one more magic art with shine in its title, he just might go insane. No matter what light magic art he looked at, they were all related to shining, creating halos of light, giving himself night vision, adding luminescence to objects for extended periods of time. There was even a spell for attaching 2 objects with shine. When these 2 objects were close, they wouldn't shine, but if they grew too far apart, they would begin to glow, allowing you to find the other. Lionel put the crystal ball down, a helpless expression on his face. This is basically a spell to find lost keys. Unbelievable. Lionel walked toward the last 4 magic arts while he readjusted his mind state. This was just the 1st level. He didn't believe that the light element would be so worshipped in Camelot if this was all there was to it. Plus, there was something curious about these magic arts. Though they all had similar functions, they all accomplished it in novel ways. There was definitely a lesson to be learned here. It made Lionel more eager to see what the others had to offer. Oh, Lionel's brows arched in pleasant surprise. Now that he thought about it, the pressure on his spirit increased the further he walked into this region. And though the change was small, the protective coverings were also growing in strength. Logically, that meant that what remained of this region were the most powerful light magic arts of this 1st floor. And it didn't disappoint. After his was finished, he felt that his dreamscape flowed more smoothly. Even the random synapses occurred more frequently, and even the average number of branches formed increase along with it. Lionel's eyes shone with anticipation. There was no limit to the floors he could climb in this tower, like there was for knowledge in the libraries. This was likely because of the spirit pressure he needed to resist. But how could this pressure stop Lionel? He would climb to the top of this tower, and even if it took several weeks, he would save all the magic arts it had into his dreamscape. Chapter 234. Bang, bang, bang. Lionel's enigmatic steps sent him fluttering across the training room. 3 puppets wearing wooden armor pressed him from all sides, conjuring spells of all kinds to bombard him. Lionel's eyes remained closed, his internal sight remaining concentrated on this small region. Thoughts of how La Morak had toyed with him played in his head again and again. The memories were so vivid that he could almost feel the same pain coursing through his body once more. Lionel was suddenly cornered by all 3 puppets. It seemed for a moment that he would be pincered from all sides. An arrow of earth, fire, and water assaulted him from different directions, aiming to take his life. The puppets of this room were all entirely made of spiritual wood. As a result, their ability to cast spells was even beyond that of their human counterparts. This made up for their stiff actions with overwhelming power. That said, to humans, more spiritual wood wasn't necessarily better. After all, if one's wand was too large, it would be like trying to use a sledgehammer to staple 2 sheets of paper together. And even that wasn't necessarily a good analogy, considering in this case, the mages might not even have enough strength to lift the sledgehammer. However, these puppets were different. Their spiritual pressure was provided by crystals. In that case, they were much less limited in this regard. Just when it seemed Lionel would be struck, he arched his head forward, narrowly dodging the arrow of earth. His hips twisted, ducking past the arrow of fire. The 2 arrows swept by his body, crashing into the opposing puppets and sending them flying. The final arrow of water took advantage of the situation, zipping through the air and appearing between Lionel's brows in a flash. Lionel's eyes suddenly snapped open, an overwhelming spirit pressure sweeping forth that seemed to freeze the arrow in air for a split moment. Deconstruct. A sweep of wind swirled around Lionel. In that moment, a magic art appeared before him in the path of the arrow. The water arrow regained its momentum, crashing into the art before it without pause. However, the collision one would have expected never occurred. The water arrow seemed to pass through without issue. But it was at that moment that something astonishing happened. The arrow began to lose its structure. Starting at the tip, the first point to enter Lionel's art, it collapsed, becoming no different from normal droplets of water. In fact, Lionel felt a refreshing spray shower his face at that moment, causing him to smile. Lionel crossed the remaining distance between him and the water mage puppet, sending a punch out to its chest. Pung! The form of Lionel's boxing had still been steadily increasing. All his power shot up from his pivot foot, through his hips, and into his fists, crumpling the wooden armor of the puppet. The lights of the room dimmed, signaling that all the puppets had been taken down. Still not enough, Lionel muttered. He had been able to force 2 of the puppets into a corner without lifting a finger, but still failed to do so with a third. I might need to go to the Night Academy and read the books within their library to understand what this General Star really is. Walking around blindly on my own will take too long. I have a feeling that even the primitive woman I learned this ability from only faintly touched on the topic. Lionel felt that it was about time he chose a new spear. He knew he had completely mastered the technique of the primitive woman. He had just been a bit distracted by magic arts in recent weeks. For example, Deconstruct. It was an auxiliary-type spell of the 3-star official art level. But Lionel felt that this rating was inaccurate because it could technically work on any magic art. Of course, others knew this as well. The trouble was that this art had many moving parts and changing forms. It was necessary to analyze the spell coming toward you and make the appropriate changes to its form. So, for most mages, it was only useful against mages of lesser skill than themselves, making it only about as good as a typical parlor trick. It's too bad this arena doesn't have Magus-level puppets. I wonder if Deconstruct would work on higher-level spells. As Lionel was lost in his thoughts, he walked out from the training room, his body dripping in sweat. Lionel! Lionel looked up in surprise, pleasantly surprised to find Leonis waiting for him. He smiled in greeting. Leonis, I hear you already became a 1-star official mage? Don't you think this speed is a bit too fast? Lionel laughed. In truth, he probably reached the standard of 3-star magus already, at least in terms of the magic arts he knew and his ability to cast them. As for the crystallization of his spirit pressure, he was lagging behind in his aspect, making his arts less potent than they should be. However, progressing beyond the 1-star official mage rank required more than just knowledge and ability. It was also necessary to gain certain merits. In addition, even if he could rush up to the 3-star magus rank immediately, Lionel felt it was inappropriate to do so. For one, his standing as a traitor might still be being looked into by others. Though his status as a holy son was enough to blind the common people and maybe some of the more religious upper echelon, there were of course those who wouldn't take this too seriously. Of course, Lionel still wanted to reach the 3-star official mage standard. This was the only way for him to finish reading all the information in the library. Though he found it a bit odd he could look through all their techniques, but not read all their knowledge, Lionel felt it made sense in the end. Oftentimes, it was impossible to learn magic arts without the proper knowledge foundation. And even if you had the knowledge, breaking through the barrier protecting them was another matter entirely. Lionel was probably the only freak in their history that could completely ignore these barriers with impunity. Lionel and Leonis chatted for a while about miscellaneous things before Lionel finally asked the question. "Did you come here to ask something of me?" he inquired. "Ah, yes. I completely forgot. The church has been asking about your status for a while. Before those old fogies go too crazy, it's best you go take a look. They'll take you." "Oh." Lionel's brows arched up. "Is there anything I need to do?" Leonis came to a realization. It was true that Lionel might not be aware of these things. The 4 major powers of our kingdom center around the royal family, the 2 academies, and the church. Holy sons have a special status within the church as their protectors. The church has warriors they call paladins, but the truth is that the only true paladin of this kingdom is my father. A hint of unrestrained pride glowed in Leonis' eyes. Lionel could tell that Leonis wasn't a haughty individual. The fact he had shown this kind of face just showed how much he loved and admired his dad. Lionel smiled lightly. His old man would probably kill to see him have such an expression. Then he would laugh him to oblivion. "TCH, in your dreams, old man." Leonis shook his head, realizing that his actions had been a bit inappropriate. But Lionel didn't seem to mind, so he continued with a smile. "This is good timing. Honestly, Leonis, finally," he said after a moment. "You need to gain some merits, whether it's for the church or for your next ascension, and I have a mission I happen to be looking for help with. Are you interested?" Lionel's eyes shone. "Sure." With that, Leonis led Lionel toward the church. Chapter 235. The church was located within the core of Camelot, some distance away from the castle. They stood on 2 opposing sides of the city, like 2 pillars holding up the world. Regardless of which it was, Lionel could feel an oppressive aura weighing down on him, as though neither would be satisfied unless he bowed his head. It was true that Lionel didn't grow up in a world that emphasized the importance of bowing, but what he didn't like was being forced to do anything. He subconsciously straightened his back beneath this pressure, his shoulders standing broad and wide. Leonis blinked slightly when he saw Lionel's reactions. But, aside from a small smile, he didn't say anything else. Due to the oppression he felt at the gates, Lionel had subconsciously expected to walk into a war zone of sorts, but what he had never expected was that even after an hour, no one had come to receive him and Leonis. Lionel wasn't sure how to react to such a thing. Wasn't he a holy son? Wasn't he one of the only 4 in this kingdom with this title? Why was it that he was suddenly being treated like this? Lionel sent a gaze toward Leonis, who sat to his side, but the latter only had his eyes slightly closed and didn't seem to have much of a reaction. This left Lionel stunned. He didn't feel uncomfortable about this, even as the crown prince. The waiting room the 2 holy sons sat in could hardly be called as such. The walls were decorated with polished stone and neat arrangements, The wooden furniture radiated a pleasant fragrance that carried hints of nature, and the tea placed before them, although cold by now, was quite good. Of course, these were just Lionel's speculations. He knew nothing about tea at all. He could probably count the number of times he had drunk tea on his 2 hands without much issue. He only knew that it felt quite smooth running down his throat and had a faint sweetness to it, even though he hadn't used sugar. In the end, since Leonis didn't say anything, Lionel didn't say anything either. But within his heart, he already felt discontent. For him, it wasn't about whether he was a holy son or not. He just felt that this was a lack of respect. Since his youth, his father had ingrained those 2 concepts, respect and persistence, into his very soul. He always had a particularly bad reaction when someone was lacking in them. Though this was a bit difficult to call out someone who lacked in persistence. Someone lacking in the former was too easy to identify. Wasting a person's time was probably one of the most blatant shows of disrespect there could be. It was one thing if there were sudden matters to attend to, or if their visit was sudden. However, not only had they not sent anyone to inform them of any sudden changes, but they were also the ones who had called Lionel here to visit in the first place. Lionel took a deep breath and sunk into his dream world. If it wasn't for the fact Leonis was here waiting with him and that he couldn't afford to make enemies of the church within this zone, he would have already left after the first 20 minutes. Since there was nothing to do, he might as well continue practicing. The second hour came and went. Then the third. It wasn't until a few minutes into the fourth that there was finally movement at the doors they entered to come to this waiting room. A knight wearing silver armor with gold engravings pushed the door open. A large shield in the shape of a triangle with curved edges was attached to his back, and a proud halo hung about his forehead. He was one of the special knights the church gave the title of paladin to. The necklace-like halo that hung from the paladin's forehead reminded Lionel of the mental-type treasure Aina used during their escape from the fort. It radiated a strong light elemental force that was likely the source of much of their strength. Where did they get something like that? Lionel wondered. With his improved knowledge base, Lionel understood many things now his soul force couldn't grasp in the past. For one, he could tell that this knight had a special affinity, or rather, lack thereof. Meaning, if he was a mage, his robes would be without embroidery. Secondly, it was because he was without an affinity and had decent spirit pressure that he could make use of that light elemental treasure. Lionel guessed that most paladins probably had no affinities, so they could continue using this child of the light facade. Pope Margrave will see you now. The haughty air of the paladin was practically palpable. Lionel kept his eyes closed for a moment as he was close to grasping something. It wasn't until a few seconds later he registered the words of the paladin and opened his eyes. Yet, it seemed those few seconds were already enough for this paladin to be close to blowing his top. Lionel frowned lightly, seeing the paladin's reaction. They had been forced to wait over 3 hours, yet a few seconds was enough to get this paladin up in arms? In the end, Lionel pretended not to notice the dissatisfaction. Leonis smiled. "Please lead the way, Sir Paladin." Leonis' words seemed to ease the tension. No matter how haughty these paladins were, they did still feel a hint of something when a mighty crown prince was so respectful to them. Humph! The paladin harumphed once and turned down the hallway, leading the 2 young men up a winding set of stone stairs. From beginning to end, Leonis didn't say anything to Lionel. It was as though he wanted Lionel to experience all of this on his own first. Or maybe he was just curious about Lionel's reactions without guidance. It seems it becomes more difficult for him to hide that ingrained haughtiness when he feels a lack of respect. Leonis smiled to himself. It's truly odd. If he really was an orphan, he should have seen the cruelty of the world long ago. Had he, his true disposition would have shown through already. But the way he acts, it's as if he's lived in a cocoon his whole life, like he's never had to fight for anything. Such a disposition makes it much more likely that his identity isn't what he says it is, but it's equally unlikely that he was sent by Madrid. There's no way he would be so sheltered in a place like the Demon Army, Just who is this Lionel really? Chapter 236. The paladin took a final step forward, pressing his hands against two large wooden doors and pushing. A flood of light assaulted Lionel's vision, forcing him to squint. By the time his vision cleared, he could only shake his head. The room was far too bright. Unlike the room he had woken up in after his battle with Lamorak, he found it difficult even open his eyes without a stinging pain assaulting them. Embroidery of gold and silver raced across the room, forming up into a wide set of stairs that ended in a tall throne with a backrest that reached up to the ceiling. On the throne, there sat a handsome middle-aged man. In fact, Lionel found that just handsome didn't do him much justice. Even the movie stars of Earth women swooned over what looked like piles of cow dung before this man. If Lionel placed great emphasis on his own looks, it was likely that even he would start to feel a bit inferior. The man had a head of bright white hair, and, though his eyes were partially closed, Lionel could see that his irises held a deep silver color to them. The only thing that impeded his handsome disposition somewhat was the large headdress on his head. Seeing this man, Lionel understood a bit of why the church didn't take him as a holy son very seriously. The spirit pressure coming from this man was at the standard of a 3-star magus. Everything made sense now. This man was the 4th holy son of Camelot, a 3-star magus of the light element, Pope Margrave. However, what happened next truly left Lionel speechless. The paladin respectfully crossed the bright room, climbed the first few steps leading to the Pope's throne, then respectfully knelt and kissed his feet. It was only then Lionel realized that the Pope wasn't wearing any footwear to speak of. His feet shone like gems at the base of his throne as though expecting to be worshipped. No matter what era Lionel was born in, something like kissing another's feet crossed his own bottom line. The paladin retreated to the side, taking up his post among the guards that lined the walls of the room. He stood at attention and became like a statue in the blink of an eye. It was as though what had just happened had nothing to do with him. "Greet His Holiness." The sudden roar shook Lionel out of his shock. The paladins that lined the walls spoke as one, their voices rolling like rumbling thunder. By now, Lionel had recollected his thoughts. He realized that kissing a pope's feet was actually quite historically accurate. It seemed that even though this was a mythological zone, it still touched on things that were rooted in real life. However, at the end of the day, Lionel was still a teenage boy. He had already buried his discontent for so long. If he also had to kiss this man's feet, he just might lose his cool entirely. Lionel was a person who didn't get angry very easily. Even now, he wasn't necessarily enraged. But he wasn't a pushover either. Leonis curiously observed Lionel for a while, seemingly curious. Seeing the latter step forward, he smiled and followed suit. "Greetings." Lionel gave the most medieval salute he could think of, greeting the Pope. But he didn't climb the stairs, nor did he kneel. In his mind, setting down his pride to greet this Pope first was already asking enough of him. This prince greets His Holiness. Leonis' smile widened, his actions mirroring Lionel's. As the crown prince, he of course had no need to kneel or kiss feet. However, he still had to show this Pope due respect, whether it be as a magus or the leader of the church. At that moment, a surge of killing intent swirled around the room. It seemed to want to completely crush Lionel where he stood. Lionel raised his head, but he noticed that the Pope's eyes were still half closed. The killing intent wasn't coming from him. Rather, it was coming from the paladins who stood against the walls of the room. It seemed they were completely infuriated by Lionel's actions. Lionel didn't show much of a reaction to the killing intent. His eyes weren't on the Pope anymore, either. Lionel hadn't noticed it before because the room and Pope Margrave was too bright, but behind the throne, there were two young girls standing completely still. Their little feet stood on the cold marbled floors, their bodies adorned with a white gown. Each of them held a flower basket in their hands that held white petals. Even from here, Lionel could smell the fragrance coming from the two baskets. It seemed that they were the reason this room seemed to have such an air to it. However, this wasn't the reason Lionel was caught off guard like this. The main reason was because he recognized one of the girls. In fact, the little girl was also looking toward Lionel with a hint of shock within her large, watery eyes. This little girl was the very same little girl who almost caused Lionel to miss out on the zone entirely. Seeing her familiar blue hair and large blue eyes, Lionel couldn't help but smile. This adorable little girl always seemed to be able to make him smile. Even though she had played the role of obstacle to him, he couldn't bring himself to be mad at such a cute little girl. Maybe this was the advantage of woman. The little girl of the Aderna family blushed seeing Lionel's gaze, and her eyes darted around as though looking for somewhere to hide. Lionel couldn't help but chuckle, causing the paladins around the room to be shocked. Laughing in such a situation? Did he not want his life anymore? Even the Pope couldn't help but open his eyes just that slight bit more. After his initial reaction, Lionel realized that this situation might not be too good. If this little girl exposed him, it could be troublesome. Although she couldn't do so directly without exposing herself, there were other ways for her to make insinuations. He wasn't that naive. Though he had taken a liking to this little girl due to her innocence, it wasn't like he didn't realize the danger she posed. In the end, Lionel chose not to worry about it. It was already too late to do much. He could only stay on his guard. Lionel, correct? Do you know the duties of a holy son? The Pope finally spoke. To now, the paladins hadn't said a single word out of turn. It was as though they knew their place and would never take a single step out of it. I do not, Your Holiness. Please advise. Lionel refocused on the situation at hand. As the only holy son remaining not of the royal family, you have a duty to the church. However, as a commoner, you haven't been taught the schools of religion or of thought. You will enter the convent as a canon of the church. After serving for 12 years, you will be allowed to earn your way through the rankings of clergymen. Should your performance meet a certain standard, the role of pope can be handed to you in the future. Lionel's lip twitched. Canon? The convent? Wasn't this pope asking him to become a nun and serve 12 years? That meant 12 years of fasting and observing religious rituals. And even after all of that, he would still need to keep his chastity and observe strict rules. If it was just a role he would take in his own, it would be fine. After all, Lionel didn't mind acting for a period of time. This zone was just a fleeting existence. It's not like he would have to remain a virgin for life. However, it was clear this pope wanted to lock him away for 12 years. How could Lionel waste so much time? He was already on a time crunch to begin with. If he was locked away like this, he wouldn't be able to accomplish much of anything. So, without hesitation, Lionel shook his head. I'm sorry, Your Holiness. I have no ambition to become a clergyman. The atmosphere went cold once more. Chapter 237. Schedule will be changing. Updates will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from now on. Pope Margrave opened his eyes fully, peering down toward Lionel from on high. The killing intent locked on Lionel seemed to grow with each passing second of silence. However, once again, it didn't come from the Pope himself, but rather his paladins. Lionel could tell that if it wasn't for their rules of decorum, they would have definitely stepped forward with weapons drawn. Lionel's mind spun with several thoughts. It was impossible for him to accept Margrave's request of him, but at the same time, he couldn't afford to be at odds with the church either. Leonis described Camelot as having 4 pillars of power, but I somehow feel that things aren't so simple. It's more likely that there are 4 powers on the surface, but the Knight and Mage Academy are probably just pawns of the royal family and the church. It might even be possible that both are pawns of the royal family to resist the church. Lionel's eyes narrowed when he had this thought. This was because this wasn't a thought he would originally have. It was the result of a synapse in his dreamscape. After a while, Lionel understood why he had come to this conclusion. First, there was Leonis' reaction when he mentioned paladins. It wasn't just his pride in his father Lionel since back then. That pride masked the disdain he felt for other paladins. Secondly, The Pope's words seemed to imply that Lionel's current circumstances were unacceptable. Though he didn't directly say Lionel had to leave the Mage Academy, Lionel had a faint inkling that it was meant to be tacitly understood. Thirdly, despite the fact the Pope was a 3-star magus, even after so many weeks within the Mage Academy, Lionel couldn't sense even the slightest influence of the Church. He had lost count of the number of books he had read in the library to now, yet not a single one even alluded to religion, the Pope, or the Church. I see. Lionel smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lioness had dragged Lionel right into the middle of a power struggle. As things stood now, there was still a bit of balance. Though 2 of Camelot's 3 holy sons sided with the royal family, it was still acceptable. After all, Lioness was King Arthur's son. It was only right that a son would follow after his father's footsteps. But what about Lionel? What would happen if a 4th holy son appeared and still chose not to join the side of the Church? This would put the Church in a weird position. The capital would have 4 holy sons, yet 3 of them would have nothing to do with them. After so much indoctrination about the importance and superiority of holy sons, wouldn't the Church lose much of its influence with the people if so many holy sons chose against joining them? Lionel suddenly realized that maybe the reason Lamorak had no choice but to let him live wasn't just because he was a holy son, but because of the political importance he represented. Though it seemed to take Lionel a long time to reach this conclusion, with his dreamscape and ability, it really took him no more than a split second to grasp everything. In that case, Your Holiness, the situation might not be as you expect. Lionel spoke slowly. Towards such words, Pope Margrave finally had the first change in his expression. In fact, even Lioness rose an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. The truth is that I'm not a holy son. Pope Margrave's eyebrow rose. In fact, a hint of a smile played his lips. If Lionel was a woman or liked men, it was definitely the kind of smile that would make his heart skip a bit no matter how slight a smile it was. I'm not sure what happened, but Magus Aelier might have made a mistake. I had my affinity tested recently, and the result was that I'm an earth elemental child. Margrave's expression changed once again. Oh, he said softly. Lionel understood then that the information hadn't spread just yet. But this made sense. Anyone who could have been in the magic art tower the time Lionel entered was definitely of exceptionally high standing. Not only would they understand the importance of Lionel's position, they were also less likely to gossip to begin with. It made sense that they would choose to remain silent until things settled down. Lionel smiled lightly and released his spirit pressure. A rushing wind swept through the throne room. For a moment, it felt as though Lionel was the center of the world, standing in the eye of a raging storm. At this point, both Lioness and the Pope, and even the paladins to the side, had a change in expression. How was Lionel's spirit pressure so powerful? Toward this, Lionel couldn't do much. He was already holding back. He had already been diligently crystallizing his spirit pressure for a couple weeks already. This was already the result of him holding back. His spirit pressure was simply far more than those of this world to begin with. The only thing holding him back was his low-grade force. In the blink of an eye, a simple earthen arrow formed before Lionel. It was just a 2-star apprentice art. Lionel could form several dozen of these in an instant if he wanted to. However, the 2 magi in a room were still shocked by the speed. A step further, the speed and gait have still been acceptable. But what they found difficult to accept was the metallic sheen on Lionel's earthen arrow. It was very clear that not only was he an earth child, he was a variant, and a very powerful variant at that. However, Lionel hadn't done this just to show off. He had a very clear purpose. As you can see, Your Holiness, I believe there was some kind of mistake. I tried learning light elemental arts, but I wasn't very good at it. In fact, it takes me several minutes to form a 1-star apprentice light art. It would be impossible for me to use in battle. The Pope's eyes narrowed, and the room turned still once more. Chapter 238. The silence was suffocating. Even the paladins no longer had the presence of mind to continue pressing Lionel. They could all only wait for Pope Margrave's response. "You're a very intelligent boy," Pope Margrave finally said. Margrave's face practically read like, "I know you're spewing bullshit, but I like it. When spirit pressure reaches a certain level, it becomes capable of forming many elements. Of course, the efficiency to which it's done is far less than one's main element, but this is true nonetheless." How could Margrave believe that Lionel took a minute to form a mere one-star apprentice art? That was nothing but bullshit. But, despite the fact it was bullshit the Pope happened to like. As long as Lionel continued to be this intelligent, there wouldn't have to be any problems between them. Camelot is truly blessed to have another child, and such a powerful one at that. This seat just wanted to see the future generation today. Now that I've seen, it's truly as the old say. The young will eventually surpass us all. Pope Margrave gave Lionel a deep look. Then, he waved a hand, his eyes returning to their half-closed position. A familiar paladin separated from his position against the wall, leading Lionel and Lioness out. Lionel's eyes narrowed when the large double doors closed behind, blocking out those blinding lights. What a cunning man, let alone sighing a breath of relief. Lionel was several levels more cautious. Though he had held back, he hadn't exposed his spirit pressure without cause. In this world, Lionel had learned that sometimes logic wasn't more important than one's strength. It wasn't until Lionel exposed his power that Margrave's treatment of him truly changed. If he wasn't as strong as he was now, there was no telling whether Pope Margrave would have accepted his reasonings. Lionel made a note in his heart. Mordred might not be his only enemy in this place. You know him. Not long after Lionel left, Margrave suddenly spoke to seemingly empty air. The paladins didn't react at all, but little Nana felt somewhat flustered by this line of questioning. No, Nana quickly answered. She wasn't worried her flustered appearance would give away anything. After all, this was her normal state. Plus, Lionel looked toward her first before she reacted, so it could be said that she was just shocked by the sudden attention Lionel gave her. Is that so?" Margrave didn't say anything for a long while before he continued to speak. "It seems that this boy is quite lustful. This could be used." Nana flushed red with embarrassment. Margrave chuckled. "Don't worry, you are among my precious holy daughters, and God has bestowed upon you a heaven-sent ability. How could I pass down such a debasing job to you? You must remain pure beneath the scrutiny of God. There will of course be others to take on this task." After he finished saying this, Margrave didn't speak again. If Lionel was here, maybe he wouldn't be able to hold back his rage any longer. It might be normal for a young girl like Nana to marry and even birth children in this world, but Lionel had no such thoughts about the little girl. "So the mission sets off in at dusk. Will you be ready?" After leaving the church, Lioness pretended as though nothing had happened and began to speak with Lionel about the mission once again. Lionel gave him a sidelong look. This prince had brought up this trip to the church as though it was any other day. In fact, the way he spoke about it initially, he made it sound like this had something to do with the mission he had taken up. Not only that, but he had even made it seem like he had some involvement with the church. If Lionel remembered correctly, Lioness spoke about this visit as though it was something every holy son did, when this very clearly wasn't the case. Lioness smiled shamelessly beneath Lionel's gaze. He was clearly saying that he took no responsibility for his previous actions. "You're pretty good, Your Highness," Lionel said with a tinge of sarcasm. Lioness chuckled. "I'm not sure what you mean, Lionel." Lionel mumbled but didn't say much else. It was true that it wouldn't have helped even if the prince had said something. Though it would have been nice to know, it would have also been akin to the prince making a decision for Lionel. By keeping his hands off the sequence entirely, not only was Lioness able to gain an understanding of where Lionel's loyalties lied, he was also able to test Lionel. However, never had he expected Lionel to be so capable. Even he couldn't have thought of a better solution to the situation. Lionel shook his head and decided to forget it. What is this mission about? Hearing this question, Leonis finally grew serious. It's a border mission. Seeing that Lionel didn't have a particular reaction, Leonis almost smacked his own forehead. He had forgotten that Lionel had never been on a mission before, so how could he know just how damning the two words border mission were? Leonis sighed and began to explain. Camelot has a ring of safety system. The safest place is the core of the kingdom. This encompasses Camelot and the surround 100 or so mile radius. Beyond, that is the Yellow Mission Ring. This encompasses between 100 to 500 miles. Normally, those missions are taken up by apprentice mages. They deal with small beast hordes, bandits, small rebellions, and the like. Beyond the Yellow Mission Ring is the Red Mission Ring. This is between 500 miles and 600 miles away from the core of the kingdom. These missions can only be touched by official mages. The rebellions that happen here are much fiercer, and the bandits form clans and small fiefs of their own, making them much more dangerous. Beyond the Red Mission Ring is the Black Mission Ring. This is between 600 and 800 miles away from the core of the kingdom. Only elite official mages and weaker magi can take missions in this region. The Black Mission Ring are where the first instances of demons and black magic can be found. Some of the worst criminals of Camelot are hiding away in this region. The death toll is high enough to surpass 20%. Lionel frowned. It was this serious? Beyond the Black Mission Ring is the Border Mission Ring. It goes by another name, the Demon Mission Ring. It's between 800 to 1,000 miles from the core of the kingdom. This region is the no man's land between Camelot and the Demon Kingdom. There are constant clashes between us and Mordred's demon army there. That is where our mission lies. Lionel sucked in a cold breath. But he knew he had to go. He knew that the side missions weren't meaningless. This was a zone, not a video game. Since side missions existed, they serve a purpose. They acted like a guiding light to how to complete the main mission. Since he was going to the Demon Mission Ring, it was a good chance to see whether or not he could kill Mordred in one sweep. Chapter 239. Lionel touched his sore bottom again. He had already lost count of the number of times he had done so, but the discomfort hadn't disappeared. Seeing Lionel do this again, Leonis couldn't help but snicker. Though he quickly tried to hide it, Lionel wouldn't miss such a thing with how sharp his senses were. He could only send a glare toward the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, this glare only made Leonis withheld laughter burst forth like a torrential tide. If others knew the great earthen child Lionel couldn't handle riding a horse for a few hours, just how would they react? Leonis' laughter continued as though he couldn't sense Lionel's piercing glare. It had already been a few days since Lionel, Leonis, and the rest of the expedition squad had set out to the border region. Lionel still remembered his shock when he saw the teleportation arrays Camelot had built. But, after a moment, it was relatively easy to accept. After all, if a Tier 9 black treasure could provide a talisman capable of taking Aina to a new world, it wasn't too shocking that a world with several magi could find methods to teleport within a world. After his initial shock settled down, Lionel laughed at himself. He had seen all of the mage arts within the Magic Art Tower. Some of them had abilities he couldn't have even fathomed back when he was a normal human. Something like teleportation shouldn't have been so surprising. Unfortunately, despite the existence of teleportation channels, Lionel had still had to ride a horse in the last few days. For safety, the teleportation channels to Camelot and from Camelot stopped appearing frequently after the Red Mission Ring, and there were sparingly few within the Black Mission Ring. As for the border region, there were none. So, after reaching the last channel, Lionel, Leonis, and the rest of the group had to travel by horse. But Lionel hadn't even touched a horse in his lifetime before. In fact, he couldn't remember ever being close to one, let alone having to ride it uncomfortably for hours. In truth, Lionel could just use a simple healing spell to stop the soreness, but after his conversation with the Pope, he didn't dare to use light elemental magic in public anymore. And it seemed Leonis was too busy laughing at him to help out. The rest of the squad seemed to be taking this quite well as well. It was rare to get some laughs during a border region mission, so they felt a bit relaxed after making Lionel the butt of the joke. Leonis smiled inwardly. What an interesting guy. I know he's not a person who gets embarrassed so easily. The only explanation is that he's becoming the butt of the joke on purpose to ease the tension. Leonis found Lionel to be an interesting character to analyze. Whenever he thought he understood him, things would turn out to be much different from what he had expected. Lionel had layers to him that were exceptionally difficult to peel back. The team this time was formed by 5 members, including Leonis and Lionel. Aside from them, there were 3 Lionel recognized: Mary, Fable, and finally, Ellis. It was only after seeing them all that Lionel understood the true reason behind their robes lacking embroidery. Mages and magi who frequented battlefields wouldn't give more information about themselves to the enemy than was necessary. In fact, Lionel realized that their robes might not even necessarily reflect their true levels. Due to this reason, Lionel also wore plain blue robes without any embroidery, and he understood just a bit more about the world he was in. Suddenly, the laughing atmosphere grew serious. Leonis, the leader of this squad, didn't need to say anything. They could see by the land that stretched out before them that they were here. The line of separation was so stark that it almost seemed surreal. On one side, there were blades of green grass. Though these blades lacked in health and were even browning in several spots, they were ultimately still blades of grass. However, on the other side, there was nothing but gray, cracked lands. Every so often, there would be what seemed like patches of vegetation, but they all resembled weeds and were colored such a deep black that it was impossible to call them plants of any sort. The world across this clear line was covered by a thin veil of fog. In the distance, sharp mountain ranges towered, piercing through the black clouds above. A light drizzle perpetually fell over the gray lands, yet its soil remained just as dry. In fact, the rain held an odd scent to it that made Lionel's nose twitch. It's acidic. Lionel's frown deepened. Lionel, you take the vanguard. Mary, Fable, protect his sides and flank our formation. Ellis, take up the rear. Lionel nodded. His arrangement made the most sense. Since Lionel was an earth mage, it made sense for him to take the vanguard. His defenses and crowd controlling abilities were the highest. In addition, his spirit pressure was also the highest, so could scout ahead as well. Leonis was their main healer, so he should be protected in the middle. Ellis was a mental mage, so her attack strength was the least. Taking up the rear allowed her to use her sharper senses to ensure they didn't get pincered while also allowing her the time needed to launch her assaults of the mind, just like her mentor Magus Aeliard. Mary was a wood mage, while Fable was a wind mage. Though their abilities didn't allow for a special allocation, this was the best place to put them. Lionel took a deep breath and entered a focus state. The expressions of his teammates changed, sensing the shift in his aura. They felt that it was slightly difficult to breathe, but they also sighed in relief when they realized the aura wasn't pointed toward them. Leonis' eyes narrowed slightly, watching Lionel's back. He isn't doing it on purpose. Just how many secrets do you have? Lionel took a step forward, crossing into the gray lands that bordered the 2 behemoths of this world. An uncomfortable feeling seeped into his body immediately. It was similar to a muscle ache or a minor cold. Though it was nothing too severe, it still made Lionel all the more serious. The light drizzle of rain rebounded across his body and robes as though trying to ebb away at his psyche. Without a choice, he continued to walk forward. What he didn't know was that there was a subtle change to his segmented cube. All the while, sitting within Lionel's spatial bracelet, it passively absorbed energy. Even after Lionel stepped into this no man's land, it never stopped. However, this energy was different. It carried a tinge of blackness to it, seeping into the lab setting toward the snow globes and into the resting place of the little mink. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.